Meeting of the Program and School Services Committee. We are going to call this meeting to order and begin. If everyone could stand if you're able, for the acknowledgement of traditional lands. We acknowledge we are hosted on the lands of the Mississaugas of the Anishinaabe, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, and the Wendat. We also recognize the enduring presence of all First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples. Please be seated. So, could we begin with a mover and a seconder for approval of the agenda? Moved by Trustee Dawson, seconded by Trustee King. Are we using e-scribe or just, okay, just a show of hands or aye for the committee members? Aye.
Aye.
The agenda is approved. Are there any declarations of possible conflict of interest? Hearing and seeing none, we'll move on. The next item is delegations to be presented, and there are none for this evening. Our next agenda item is Community Advisory Committee reports. And item 5.1, Early Years Community Advisory Committee 2022-2023 Annual Report. Who's speaking to this? Okay, so we just need a motion for receipt. So a mover and a seconder for receipt of this report. Moved by Trustee Roka Rothman, seconded by, need a seconder, Trustee King. All in favor, aye, or raise of hands?
Aye.
Thank you. So we're on to the next agenda item, 5.2, Alternative Schools Community Advisory Committee Report of December 18th, 2023. Do we have someone speaking to this? So there are a number. Okay, so there are a number of recommendations attached to this.
So there's nobody to present it, so we start with phase one as the staff's feedback.
Okay, so let's start with the first recommendation, obligation to transparent. No.
You just emailed her now. You want to go to Innocently Omar. Innocently, you want to do this one first?
So,
So you want to do Innocently first?
okay, so apparently we've been informed that the co-chairs of the Alternative Schools Community Advisory Committee are on their way to present their report. So we're going to move down to agenda item 5.4, the Intercity Community Advisory Committee Report of January 18th, 2024, Community Support Workers. And who do we have to speak to this? Okay.
Hey, I'm here, Omar Khan, the community co-chair.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, so Chair, just please let me know when I can start.
Just speak up a little bit more, please.
Yeah, sure. Can you Can you hear me better now?
Yes, just a little louder directly
Uh,
into your mic. Thank you.
okay. How's that?
Yes, that's
How's it?
perfect.
Okay, great. Okay, so all right, through the chair. So hi everyone, my name is Omar Khan. I'm the ICCAC Community Co-Chair. I've been a member for 4 years now. And I was back here in March 2023 advocating for more community support workers to better support model schools and high LOI schools. And so I'm back now to update you on this topic and to continue to advocate for more community support workers. So last year, after I delegated, I heard from a number of trustees who didn't really know what community support workers did, and others who had highly variable experiences with CSWs. So I want to stress both those points now, and it's covered to a little bit in the motion. I'm going to get more detail. So community support workers work in model schools. Those are the top 150 or so elementary schools on the LOI index. So in the motion before you today, there's actually listed the CSW service expectations. And those include regular communication updates with the principal and the school council, a plan and outline of what and how the CSW will be supporting school council initiatives, school initiatives, projects, and activities, a monthly newsletter outlining parent and caregiver engagement initiatives, standardized schedule for each school on a rotational basis, and they're required to be there at least once a week at the school, attendance at school council meetings, and an early literacy or numeracy initiative that is implemented at the school or learning center level. So on the ground, a lot of this work takes time, but it also has huge benefits, which I'm sure a number of trustees are aware of. Personally, I've worked in the Thorncliffe Park community for many years, and for many years, there was no school council at Thorncliffe Park Public School. So when the school again became a model school and the CSW Mona got involved, she started the difficult work of recruiting and building the capacity of parents to run a school council. That council, thanks to Mona, the admin team, and the many capable parents and caregivers in the community, is doing amazing work. So the community has the capacity to lead a strong school council, but CSWs are like the oil in the machine that often makes things go. I've seen similar things at Valley Park Middle School with the amazing CSW Yatunde. And what we hear from like all CSWs at the ICCAC is with the affordability crisis, like model school parents and model school communities are struggling more, need more support. So beyond my own anecdotes, the PCEO office, where the CSW program is housed, has been working hard over the last year to improve the accountability of CSWs system-wide. And this was something that was really asked for by trustees at last year's meeting. So they've put together clear expectations of the workers alongside a work plan for each school that the workers support that is reviewed with each CSW and the PCEO. So the office also surveys model school admin teams to determine what admins are seeing so the key team can do better. And you can see some of the statistics in the whereas clauses, and actually on the shared screen here, you can see them right at the top sort of there. And I'm going to focus on one of them. So one of them says 58% of administrators said CSWs were not on site weekly. So when ICCAC speaks to CSWs, it's clear they want to be on site at each of their schools as much as possible. And even once a week, many of them note is not enough to do justice to the needs of the school community. But on average, each CSW is supporting over 6 schools at the same time, and some are supporting upwards of 10 schools simultaneously. So think of an area like Scarborough, where the schools are quite spread out. How is it even possible for a CSW to realistically visit and support 6 or more schools in a week? So the ICCAC team sees the CSW team making progress on their accountability. And you can see in our motion that there are ideas from the ICCAC members around how to strengthen that, including, like just as one example, this idea of incorporating the CSW work plan into the school improvement plan. So what we're coming here to ask you in the Be It Resolves is really focusing on what you see before you today. It's the board needs to support this work with more funding. We need more CSWs. So each CSW has only 4 schools to support, and they can effectively do their job when they have less schools they need to get to. So, and just for context, when there were fewer model schools, on average, CSW supported between 3 and 4 schools. So when we scaled to 150 model schools, the funding didn't also scale. And I want to give you like really two very concrete examples where school communities are impacted when CSWs are stretched really thin. So these are both from the last ICCAC meeting that just happened a week ago. So at the last meeting, Toronto Foundation for Student Success talked about the Gift of Sight and Sound program that is available at all model schools. Amazing program. Probably many of you have heard of it. It's a screening program for vision and hearing challenges. So the Toronto Foundation for Student Success team talked about how important the CSWs are at helping make the connection between the parents, so the parents understand and consent to the screening for their kids. But they also noted that because CSWs are stretched thin, they know those CSWs, they know it takes more time now to get the consent. And so they often have to stretch the consent period because everyone knows how important the screening program is. So if we had more CSWs, they could focus more on supporting these kinds of programs in the schools that are most in need. The second example I want to give is the accountability piece. So this month, the CSW team reported to the ICCAC that around 125 of 150 model schools this year have active school councils. So when ICCAC members asked questions around what is happening at the remaining 25 schools where they don't have information about school councils, the CSW team pointed out that those are the schools where the CSWs are covering more than the average 6, so they're stretched thin, or they're CSWs on leave with no backup. So, and we all know, like everyone here knows how important it is to have a school council. And so, like clearly in many model schools, when CSWs aren't readily available, the effective school councils can't form. So we need CSWs there to provide the work, to do that work. Okay, so the thing let's talk about the budget. So like, I'm maybe like getting ahead of myself because, like the budget town halls in the last 2 days, like I've seen so many great people come forward and say, we know the TDSB has budget challenges, and we applaud like the trustees and like we push for advocacy at the provincial level to really fund our board appropriately. But like, be that as it may, in the context of cuts, the staff and the trustees have told ICCAC we need to say something about where's this money going to come from to get like more CSWs in the system. So I want to talk about that. So the TDSB has a strategic budget driver that says, provide equity of access to learning opportunities for all students. So that's one of the budget drivers. So one source of funding to do that is the GSN's Learning Opportunities Grant Demographic Allocation, or the LOGDA. So now to quote from the ministry technical document, the demographic allocation provides funding based on social and economic indicators that are associated with students facing barriers to success. This allocation supports school boards in offering a wide range of programs tailored to the local needs of their students. Examples of programs include provision of nutrition programs, homework clubs, reading recovery, and withdrawal for individualized support. School boards have considerable latitude in determining the type of program and support that they provide with this funding. So in the past year, the LOGDA for the TDSB was about $141 million. But because that money is unsweatered, the board doesn't need to report on how this money is specifically spent. But multiple analyses over the last 10 years have shown that maybe at most 50% or around like 70 million of this money is spent on equity-related programs like model schools, like CSWs, that fit with the LOGDA description from the province. The rest of the money goes into the general fund. But the LOGDA money should not be used as like a slush fund for non-equity related expenses. The LOGDA money should not be used to supplement, for example, the 40 million-ish gap in the special education funding. The ministry should pay for that. What we're asking for here is to go from 24 CSWs to around 38 CSWs. Ballpark, I think that's maybe around $1 million in cost. That's a small percentage of the LOGDA money that is used to cover inadequate funding elsewhere. And it would actually be funding LOGDA related work. So I just implore you, like when we're talking money, to use the LOGDA money for what it is intended for things like CSWs. That is like one way we could fund a reasonable number of CSWs. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation of that information, Mr. Khan. Do I have any questions from trustees? Trustee King?
So, I have a business where I have a
Sorry.
motion around the motion, so.
Sorry, Trustee Dawson.
Oh.
I meant to say Trustee Dawson.
Oh, sorry. I do have a motion regarding this motion, a referral to staff. But first, I just want to say thank you so much, Omar, to you and the committee for putting together this motion. I know a lot of thought and time went into it, and it's quite thorough and clear. And I know that trustees really appreciated your breakdown of what a CSW does, because certainly not all of us are familiar. I've become a lot more familiar with the role myself through my work with ICCAC, but prior to that was not as familiar. And we do see the value that they have in our board. In fact, we're receiving a math report tonight that showed that CSWs were able to help organize a math-related workshop that was attended by 600 parents. So, this work is really critical. And if we could please put up my motion for trustees' consideration. Okay, so with respect to the ICCAC motion, I would like to refer this back to FBEC. So Part A, which is through the budget cycle, the board explore the option of increasing the allocation of CSWs so they cover 4 schools on average, down from the current 6.25 schools on average. So for that to be referred to staff to incorporate into the budget development to be presented to FBEC on March 19th. And that date is a date that staff requested that we put in there. So just to bear that in mind. Can we please put the motion back up again? No, the one I was just speaking to. Oh, thank you. I was like, my eyesight, I apologize. Okay, and then for parts B, C, and D, to be referred to staff to consider in its renewal staff action plans related to the revised multi-year strategic plan, and that an update be provided to ICCAC when appropriate.
Okay, moved by trustee Dawson. Do I have a seconder?
Oh, I forgot to organize that in advance. Would anyone like to second?
Am I able to comment on it first?
No, you need a seconder to put it on the floor.
Seconded by trustee King,
Thank you.
and we'll open the discussion. Trustee Chernos-Lynn. Oh, excuse me, trustee Laskin was the first speaker.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the motion referring it, but I'm concerned that it implies that staff must incorporate it. And I think it needs to be referred to staff for consideration as opposed to telling staff that they must incorporate it. So unless I'm misinterpreting it, I don't want it to be misinterpreted. But we've asked staff to reconsider putting back vice principals. We've asked staff to reconsider putting back safety staff that are responsible for safety in our schools. And although I am not a member of this committee, so I don't have a vote, we've asked staff to reconsider those. This one says that it's referred to staff to incorporate. And personally, I don't support directing staff to add these back in front of other also very important staff for our schools. Thank you.
You want to move to consider feasibility of incorporating?
Is trust, okay, trustee Chernos-Lynn, you're the next speaker.
So I do agree with my colleague, trustee Laskin, on the language, and maybe that might be considered as a friendly amendment. But I actually have a question about Part A for Ms. Joseph Dowers. I have no issue with Parts B and C, but Part A, I'm actually not sure that it's the role of this committee to send this to staff to incorporate into the budget. I would imagine that it would be to incorporate or even to consider. I would imagine that that would be FBEC's. I thought anything that has a financial consideration has to go through FBEC to make that decision. And I'm concerned, and I guess I would appreciate an opinion from Ms. Joseph Dowers, but I feel like we might be superseding the role of FBEC here. And it's not the mandate of this committee to determine the financial pieces. So that's a concern I have. So I guess I would look to, from a governance perspective on that.
Our Associate Director, Louise Trishko.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, to trustees. Staff would be interpreting Part A, given that March 19 is providing FBEC with considerations to develop a balanced budget. Staff would be interpreting this request as costing the consideration for the CSWs and sharing that information with FBEC.
Thank you. Trustee Laskin?
Respectfully, I don't want to disagree with the Associate Director, but that is not what it says. It says that staff incorporate it into the budget development. So although I understand that March 19th, there'll be a series of items coming to us, this is providing direction for staff to incorporate it. And I'm concerned about that direction to staff. Thank you.
Through the chair, I would suggest then that you add, consider the feasibility of incorporating the budget development to be presented to FBEC.
I'm not a member of this committee.
I know, so, but that suffice.
I feel like I still have the floor. I don't know. Just through the chair. We're talking about two different things. So do you want to deal with this issue first? And may I suggest that you deal with this issue first, and then perhaps I might be able to get an answer to my second question, was about whether we even have jurisdiction over this?
Yes. So, Trustee Chernos-Lynn, did you want to say anything, ask anything further?
Well, I wanted a governance opinion on whether this should be up to the FBEC committee, Part A, as opposed to PSSC. Like, I'm not sure that, my understanding was always that if there's a financial piece, it's supposed to go to FBEC. And since this is a budget item, that's the role of FBEC, is to look after to do the budget piece. So I'm just questioning whether PSSC has the purview to ask staff to come back with costing on this, or whether that would be up to FBEC to do. I just want to make sure that we're following proper procedure, that's all.
So if I'm understanding your question, it's whether this motion should be to refer this to FBEC as opposed to referring it to staff to look at feasibility. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, I'm not, I would like an opinion from Ms. Joseph Dowers as to whether PSSC, whether it's in the mandate of PSSC to send this to staff to include as an option for the budget, as opposed to, because that to me is, I thought it would have to go to FBEC to determine if that's the case, but maybe I'm wrong. So I just would I want to make sure that we're doing this properly.
Thank you, Mr.
It should go through FBEC, but I'm wondering in terms of timelines in getting this through this budget cycle, if that would be affected. I don't know if staff could comment.
May 4th, March 4th.
Thank you, and through the chair. We recognize that this is not necessarily an ideal pathway in receiving the recommendations from CAC, wanting to provide the necessary information to FBEC, the pathway to bring it forward to PSSC, and then refer to FBEC for information provided at that time was thought to be really the means to give timely information to FBEC for its consideration for the 19th, being that this was the most timely meeting. The March 4th FBEC is really designed to be showing some of the budgetary costs, and the 19th is for showing options to balance with potential reductions and additions as requested by various committees and trustees. So this was really the best pathway that we were recommending to give trustees the information required.
Thank you. I believe Director Russell Rollins wanted to speak.
Thank you very much. Through you, Chair, I will pass. Associate Director Zarisco has made some statements, so thank you.
Thank you. So did you clearly say that we have jurisdiction? That was the question.
Why? Yeah.
Okay.
So I would like to make I'd like to make a motion that Part A, that we vote on seriatim, or I would move that Part A be referred to FBEC on March 4th.
Do I have a seconder?
Sorry, I had my hand up
Oh, sorry.
in this motion, so are we doing, we can do amendments and then, sorry. I'm confused about that.
Yeah, she's amending the referral.
So I would move that Part A be referred to March 4th to be referred to FBEC. And I personally would leave it up to FBEC to determine the language on it there. I don't know if I have a seconder or not, but
So we need a seconder for the amendment. Trustee Loka Rothman. Would anyone like to speak to the amendment? Trustee King.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I just wanted to seek clarity from staff in originally not including this in the March 4th, if I have the date correct, FBEC meeting that you just mentioned. Was it just a matter of feeling like it was too much on the agenda? Because it seems to me like a consideration around staffing would be alongside the kind of discussions that we're having for options to balance. I just wanted a better understanding of why staff might have felt that it didn't fit there.
Through you to the chair, I'm wondering, Ms. Joseph Dowers, whether Stacy Zucker, Associate Director Stacy Zucker, may wish to comment in regards to the FBEC agendas. I am aware that March 4th is a special FBEC.
Thank you, and through the chair, Associate Director Sarisco is correct, and that March 4th was a special FBEC, and so with regards to adding to special FBEC, we were just unsure of the ability to do that. And so the intention was to allow staff to bring back the information with regards to this ask to the March 19th, and then for it to be considered by FBEC as part of the entire budget process. And so that timing allowed it to be considered because March 19th is when everything else will be coming forward.
Right, in March, and on March 4th to be first.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Laskin.
Thank you very much. I think we're getting ourselves into a conversation that's completely unnecessary. we refer this to FBEC on March 4th. It's not for discussion on March 4th. On March 4th, FBEC can then ask staff to incorporate it in their budget discussions for March 19th. On March 4th, as I understand it, staff are also coming back to us with the results that they heard through the consultation, through the survey, through all of that information. This is a CAC providing their best advice to be incorporated into the budget options. So I'm not quite sure what the issue is. I respect the chair saying that we should follow the process of committees. So to refer it to FBEC, you don't even have to say March 4th if you don't want to, but it's referred to FBEC, and then FBEC can do exactly what this says, ask staff to incorporate it as in terms of the options that they're then going to bring back to FBEC on March 19th. But I think the point that PSSC should not be directing financial things is correct. And I don't think there's a problem with adding at this point in time to that special agenda, because it is to hear from some of the consultation work and the survey work. So unless I'm misinterpreting that. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Laskin. Trustee Dawson.
Thank you, and I want to thank trustees for their comments. I actually agree with you, and I'm highly frustrated with the way the situation has played out. This motion was ready at the January ICCA meeting and was to track to FBEC. For some reason, the deadline was missed in terms of passing that information on to the powers that be. And this is now a workaround that I think my colleagues are identifying, as I had identified, is not the right pathway. So all I would ask is that for the March, I agree with referring it to FBEC. It's an FBEC motion. It's a financial ask. But all I would ask is for, and I don't know who I'm asking, but consideration to be made for Omar to come back and present to FBEC, as was originally the plan. Because now he's presented to the PSSC committee on an item that we are not necessarily able to vote on. And that was the direction that was provided. And it was unfortunate direction, because we're now in this position. So that would be my request, and I don't know who I'm asking, but this motion should have gone to FBEC. Can he make his report at FBEC? Who am I asking?
Do we want staff?
May I comment?
Trustee Laskin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think Omar was considered a delegation here tonight.
No.
So I don't think there should be any reason why I couldn't delegate to FBEC.
Okay. Okay, that's fair. Thank you. So I'm amenable to changing the language to refer it to FBEC then, if this is what if this is the feedback.
Amendment on the floor. Vote. Are we voting? Is this correct? No.
As far as Part A.
So there appear to be no further speakers, and we actually have the amendment on the floor.
So can,
That Part A be referred back to FBEC. Be referred to FBEC.
to the March 4th FBEC.
We're getting that wording.
And just a general comment, if it's still my turn. I really think staff need to get it together in terms of the referrals to which committee, because unfortunately, Omar has now spent his evening presenting to the wrong committee. And this has been an ongoing frustration for me as a former CAC co-chair. I know that it still holds true. So if we could just make sure to tighten up that process, it would be to the benefit of trustees and community.
Thank you, Trustee Dawson. Trustee Chernos-Lynn?
Respectfully to my colleague, Trustee Dawson, through the chair, I don't think it was a waste, because I think parts B and C were appropriate for this committee. I think the challenge is that this motion incorporates pieces that are the work of two different standing committees, which I think we've kind of unpacked with the divided parts A and parts B and C. So I don't look at it that way. I understand your frustration. I hear you, and that's something for us to work on as we've been changing this new system of PSSC and figuring out where things go. But I actually think this motion lies in two different committees, and that's part of the challenge with it. That's just my 2 cents. So I can't remember where we are. Like,
We are
I've moved
voting
it,
on the
right?
amendment.
Okay,
It's
thank
been
you.
moved, seconded. Oh, Loka Rothman. We've had the discussion, and we're voting on the amendment of Part A. All in favor? Aye, or raise your hand. Do we have anyone online?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so the amendment carries. And now we vote on the main motion as amended. It's been moved, it's been seconded, we've had discussion. And we'll move to the vote on the recommendation as amended. Not on e-scribe, yes? Still? Okay. So the committee members, those in favor? Aye, or raise your hand.
Khan in favor.
Any opposed? So the recommendation as amended carries. Thank you. That was a very good discussion.
Yeah, that was.
Thank you. And I believe Mr. Omar Khan is still there. I just want to thank you so much for coming and presenting the report to us. And thank you for all your work on the Community Advisory Committee. Have a good night.
Thanks, Chair. Bye-bye.
So we're going to go back to the agenda, back around to item 5.1. Actually, no, we did that. The item 5.2, Alternative Schools Community Advisory Committee Report of December 18th, 2023. Is it the co-chair of the committee? Yes. Okay. So, okay, we have the co-chairs of the ASCAC. Welcome. And my apologies. I meant to give this reminder to each presenter and all of us in attendance that attendees are reminded that they are to provide input in a respectful and constructive manner and should not engage in any behavior contrary to the board's code of conduct, human rights policy, or human rights policy. So my apologies, I meant to provide that reminder for each presenter. Thank you.
Okay. Well, hello, thank you. That was a different introduction than we received last time, but it's okay. So my name's Sandra Amarie, and I'm representing ASAC as the elementary school's co-chair. Lori McAllister is also on the call, and she will be presenting our recommendations. I just wanted to say a couple of words before we delve into the heart of our recommendations, because I feel like there's some pressing matters that I would like to address and mark for this board. As ASAC volunteers and representatives, we constantly find ourselves entangled in bureaucratic struggles and distracted and consumed more by fixing mistakes and managing issues related to the way we're being represented by our TDSB counterparts rather than being able to engage in meaningful work for the community we're representing. To confront one of those elephants in the room, like even that introduction was, I have to highlight that because there's a stifling and a conformity and formality within these proceedings that, really presents a barrier to real engagement. My first time at a TDSB meeting was last month, and it felt like a really ritualistic, overly formal, ceremony where we're engaged. That we're like engagement is like struggling with with wanting to overcome the monotony of this proceeding, and this isn't a criticism for its own sake. So it's from me. I'm calling for a deeper examination of what exactly it is that we're doing and to what end. How can the TDSB authentically participate in overseeing diverse representation or instill and uphold equity and implement inclusion when it brazenly and unapologetically performs and engages in demonstrating and practicing the very opposite of DEI? And as like this is what we are engaging in at this very moment in these proceedings is the opposite of DEI, and it's embedded in the foundation of the TDSB structure. So our public education system is entrusted with molding our children's socialization, morals, and growth, and it deserves our scrutiny. It's a complex entity. I get it. And my intention is not to reduce it to a binary judgment, but the challenges we are facing as a CAC and as ASAC are pretty emblematic of that system. And whether it's conscious or unconscious, there's a resistance to empowering the staff to think independently or to reform its broken and dated structure and its dated culture. So for me, I'm like many parents who rely on the public school system. We don't have the choice of where we enroll our children. Alternative schools, particularly for elementary students, are what I think are meant to be some sort of choice for people who don't have the resources or the income to go elsewhere or to provide a different education. But it's not the same for secondary school students who are in alternative schools. So, what I do know is that we're all the parents and the families, we're really driven by a sense of well-being for our children, to make sure that they get the best out of their lives after they leave this institution. And we want to empower them, and we want them to understand and learn how to be the individuals that they are and be proud of it. But there's this paradox when ASAC's efforts seemed entangled in a web of complexity. And the disingenuous nature of the TDSB's role as an ally to CACs is much more stifling to our progress. And it raises a lot of questions for me to the true nature of our purpose within this bureaucracy. The TDSB, through at least my lens, seems confined to a bubble, and it's disconnected from the authentic concerns of and struggles of volunteer parents. So equity inclusion is, as a lived experience, is an important form of effective communication. And unfortunately, our attempts to communicate often like we're just ships passing in the night. And so I'm not trying to simplify anything, but I do want to mark that, we are here tonight, luckily, because we had people within our group, within our committee, who had the ability and the knowledge and experience to ensure that we could be here tonight. But it wasn't because of the resources that we're supposed to have access to through the TDSB. And so we just want to mark that this is a really complicated space for us to navigate, especially for someone like me who is not used to the system, who does not know it, who's not interested in getting to know it either. I'm a volunteer. I'm a volunteer parent, and I wonder what the point of all of this is. So, just being here for one meeting last time, this is my second meeting. When I'm observing the inner workings, all I see is gatekeeping, and it's a significant component, and it's a hurdle to meaningful participation from the people who are expecting at least some voice in this process. So, and as ASAC volunteers, I really want to ask that the TDSB actively participate in reviewing and improving our circumstances as ASAC as it relates to our TDSB liaison staff members. And I ask on behalf of alternative schools, Alternative School Community Advisory Committee, and as a broader community of community advisory committees, and as families at that because we are families at the whim of the TDSB, that we want to be here. We need to be here because we know how important representation is, and we want to amplify the voices of the families who require a meaningful space to share their concerns and their struggles, and who want someone to listen and some action, someone to act. Instead, we consistently get treated like a source of frustration, extra work, and tiresome work, and like a nuisance to the systems. So the review and improvements that I'm asking for are vital for fostering an environment where our efforts are not just entertained, but are meaningfully represented. So we seek to collaborate to engage in a dialogue that transcends the limitations of this current structure. So I welcome engagement now or after this meeting to address concerns related to the supervisory team appointed to the TDSB's liaison and resource for ASAC. And I want to say, in solidarity with other CACs and with the families who have been trying to express their voices and that are so often stifled, that I'm here to see a commitment to constructive change. So that said, I would now like to introduce ASAC's former secondary schools co-chair and esteemed voting member, Lori McAllister, who will share with you all ASAC's recommendations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. A. Marie. And Mrs. McAllister.
Hi, thank you. And yes, just for clarity, I'm not a co-chair. I'm a former co-chair and current voting member. I'm looking at the screen, and it looks like the second recommendation is showing rather than the first with relation to transparency. Great. Thank you very much. So because I was a co-chair during the time that some of these concerns really sort of revealed themselves that led to this recommendation, I'm going to speak to the background a little bit. I also think that probably some of the trustees are new, so may not have the initial history, which was that in May of 2021, ASAC presented a recommendation to PSSC that the TDSB conduct a review of the application and admissions procedures across elementary schools, alternative schools, to ensure they were consistent and equitable, and consider a universal application form and clear and detailed admissions procedures to ensure consistency, equity, and remove barriers. The recommendation was approved by PSSC, and the board and staff were tasked to develop a new admissions procedure. Just because this recommendation that ASAC put forward did not ask for a centralized process. Following that recommendation, staff provided information to ASAC as an FYI as they do. ASAC never approved or voted on the process which staff developed because that would be outside the scope of a CAC. We know this. As details of a new centralized process and its design were shared with ASAC through these status updates, the community expressed concerns along the way, including that the outcome of the process would not align with its intent. There were also concerns raised with respect to existing barriers, inclusivity concerns, data privacy concerns, and the concern that ultimately the process was almost certain to leave seats unfilled at elementary alternative schools and result in reduced enrollment, which would lead to lower projected enrollment for future years, which would then be used to justify lowering the enrollment allocation caps even more, thereby limiting the number of opportunities available to students who identified as belonging to underrepresented communities, which would be an outcome in opposition to its stated intent. I was a co-chair at that time, and I attended part of the Zoom session, which seated the first round of applicants, and was surprised by how manual the process was. Contrary to the impression that people have, the process was executed in Excel. Extraction of information from the PowerSchool system was, extracted into Excel. There was use of filters, the Excel randomizer. There were multiple entry points to update the system with the results of the randomizer. Given over 1,200 applicants separated into 4 groups, 17 schools, a number of grades and steps in the procedure, the process really seemed to leave considerable room for error. And it seemed at the time that that process wasn't ready. And we saw from the error that it wasn't. I'm not going to rehash the error that happened. I think we're all familiar with the error and what happened, which left hundreds of students who identified as belonging to an underrepresented community disenfranchised. But today we want to focus on the response to the error, which led to the transparency concerns that are reflected in our first recommendation this evening. On Friday, April 7th, the update issued by the TDSB, this is April 7th, 2023, described the centralized process and stated that the change was made with the support of ASAC, which was misleading and harmful to the community in its dealings with people in the alternative schools community, because it was assumed from the statement that ASAC had far more involvement than it did. More problematic, though, and of real concern, was the final note in that communication, which said that it is important to note that some media outlets and several social media posts have inaccurately reported that this process excluded all underrepresented students. This is not true. 25% of historically and currently underrepresented students and 100% of Indigenous students were offered a space. And this is not true. 25% of students who identified as underrepresented and 100% of students who identified as Indigenous did not receive offers. We raised this, the co-chairs raised this in a meeting with staff on April 17th, that these inaccurate statements caused harm. We were seeing them weaponized in the public discourse against entire communities and against processes intended for more equitable outcomes. Staff first defended the statements and then told us to put the concerns in the email, which we did. On April 18th, we asked that these harmful statements be retracted. The process did not go as advertised, and the greatest harm had been to those who were excluded. While we understood that the TDSB was trying to mitigate the appearance of damage, it could not be done at the expense of students who had been disenfranchised in the process. Inaccurate and misleading statements issued by the TDSB were being used in the media and on social media to minimize the impact of the harm that had been caused. We did not receive a response to this email and heard the same claim that 100% of Indigenous applicants and 25% of underrepresented applicants received seats by the TDSB in an interview on CDC radio. Those who are speaking on behalf of the TDSB and the media are reliant on the information they were given and should be able to trust that the information they are given is accurate. At the same meeting on April 17th, we asked staff for more concrete numbers in relation to number of applicants, number of seats, number of students disenfranchised, and we were told that under no circumstances would we receive those numbers because they were confidential, and if revealed, could reveal identities of applicants. This was a lengthy, significant point of discussion because this claim of confidentiality didn't make sense to us, but ultimately we were denied. And we're left to draft our recommendations in a vacuum of limited information, which we presented to FBEC on May 15th. And during that presentation of our very imperfect recommendation, I received a direct link to a page on the TDSB website from a trustee, which housed much of the information we asked for, but were told that we couldn't receive. Following the meeting, we went to the website to find the path to that page and found a clickable link that didn't really clearly indicate what the link led to, which was buried in the FAQs. I'm assuming potentially that trustees received the direct link from staff, so the impression was one of sharing information, but we were denied that same information when we asked for it. We were not advised that it was shared and only found out through a direct link from a trustee who may have been under the impression that this information had been shared very transparently. And this is sort of the obfuscation that we're talking about, denying access to information, saying that it's confidential when there's not a concern of confidentiality, then quietly uploading it so that you can claim it's shared, but burying it so deep that it's not accessed. And then further to that, selectively sharing numbers in some cases and percentages in others so that it's near impossible to have a complete picture of the circumstances and the outcomes. Additionally, for months, TDSB blamed a technical error on the part of a third-party vendor. This was understandably interpreted by most people as a coding error rather than a procedural error in a process that hadn't actually been developed in the third-party software system. It was more manual and did leave room for error. And it wasn't until December 19th, 2023, that the TDSB finally took some responsibility for the error in a statement to the Toronto Star. Problematic from a transparency, from a transparency perspective, but also leads to questions about exposure and liability that the TDSB exposed itself to in its statements, blaming a third-party vendor for a technical error. Sorry. The error and the lack of transparency also led to a group of parents filing for a judicial review. The review was ultimately abandoned following clarity and information, but in the court's decision related to awarding legal costs, the Superior Court judge criticized the TDSB for how it communicated and the lack of clarity, and found that the applicants were required to expend significant costs before the TDSB clearly communicated the important details, and the court awarded these parents their legal costs. It is certainly concerning that clarity was provided only following the initiation of legal action. The admissions process overall is being presented as a process which is designed for more equitable outcomes, but it appears, and there are concerns, that the TDSB is using centralized admissions processes to contract schools that are not home schools in an attempt to phase them out. If there is a plan to phase out these programs, it should be transparent and subject to public consultation and review, and not the result of designing an admissions process to prevent access to these schools while claiming that the process is supporting students who identify as being from underrepresented communities who wish to access these programs. Over the course of the past year, we have received information from staff with respect to procedure that was vague, incomplete, or blatantly incorrect. which appear to be intended to frustrate our ability to advocate and delay our recommendations. Meeting minutes have been uploaded to the website. A version of meeting minutes which had been rejected by the committee as they weren't an accurate representation of the meeting. This version actually attributed statements to me personally, which I did not make, and presented a skewed version of events which seemed to be intended to align with the narrative that staff meaningfully consulted with ASAC on the admissions error and process, which we would say is not supported by events as we have experienced them. We appreciate mistakes happen. Certain mistakes are very difficult to deal with, but the response to mistakes reveals how closely an institution operates in alignment with its core values. The response we saw over the past year was disappointing, and it did not seem to be protecting the best interests of the institution itself, but sidestepping accountability. And we don't accept that it's in the best interests of a public institution, this public institution and its students, to mislead in the way that we have experienced and continue to experience. So with this recommendation, we are asking trustees, we're asking you as your constituents to acknowledge that transparency is critical to the functioning of this organization. We're asking you to commit to it and do whatever is within your power to hold this institution accountable and operating with transparency.
Thank you for that presentation, Ms. McAllister and Ms. Amory. Do I have any questions from trustees in the room or online?
Laura, were you finished?
Well, I was just going to ask, are we stopping after each recommendation for questions and discussion, or would you like us to continue it?
So we're at the agenda item 5.2, the report of December 18th, 2023. Have you
Sorry,
completed your
5.1.
presentation?
So we just, sorry, one sec. I'm sorry, my dog is, we just presented 5.1.1, and we still have, I think, 2, 3, and 4.
There's a separate, there's a second recommendation. Did you want to speak to that as well?
I guess, sorry, that's what I'm asking is if we're stopping for questions and then presenting the second recommendation, or would you like me to continue with the second one right now?
So at this point, both of you are making your comments and your presentation with regard to that item 5.2 on the agenda, and there are 2 recommendations there. Have you completed your comments and presentation on those items?
No. We've just addressed the first one, 5.1.1.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Okay. So we're moving on to 5.22.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Okay, there it is. Great. Thanks. So this recommendation is asking that the board acknowledge that, or the TDSB acknowledge that the admissions process as it has rolled out and the impact that it has had an effect on enrollment, and that you recognize that and that it is not reflective of the demand for elementary alternative schools because they have experienced lower projected and lower enrollment, and that you exclude these results, which we believe are skewed, in your calculations and make available the number of seats to reflect community demand and physical capacity. We saw the additional information that was added by staff yesterday. I believe it says that there were 1,711 students in October of 2022 and 1,706 students in October 2023. And so it says that that was a very small change of 5 across 17 schools, but schools are staffed on an individual basis, right? Not in the aggregate. And these are aggregate numbers of 17 schools. So presenting the information in this way doesn't give us a picture of what is happening at the school level. We hear that on a school level, schools that traditionally had long wait lists have significantly decreased in enrollment. Students who applied to those same schools weren't offered seats, and other schools have ended up with 3 grade splits and then lost students as a result of that. These numbers that were provided also don't speak to the fact that following the completion of last year's process, 132 new seats were added. So across 17 schools, 132 new seats were added, yet there are 5 fewer students enrolled, which makes us wonder that if the admissions process and resolution had been effective, with the addition of 132 new seats, enrollment should have exceeded the previous year, not reduced. So this aggregate number actually seems to support or potentially support our concern that the admissions process is flawed and the resolution to the error was not optimal from a standpoint of not just how students and families are treated, but from how seats and admissions are being managed. But when numbers are presented in the way they were presented here, it is difficult to get a complete picture of the impact. But the feedback that we have received is that it has been negative.
Thank you. Is there anything further? Is that the conclusion of your information and presentation?
That's the conclusion for the elementary.
Thank you.
Which I think is quite separate from secondary.
Thank you so much. So at this point, I'll go to trustees in the event that they have any questions. And then trustees will deliberate and make a recommendation as to how this is going to be the next steps. So do I have any questions? Okay, Trustee King.
Thank you through the chair, and wanted to thank the community co-chairs for coming in. I think it's important, Sandra started out by expressing some frustration with this process, and I think it's important to acknowledge that, to let you know that we are listening and we do hear that. This organization and the nature of our work comes with a level of bureaucracy by nature. But I do think there needs to be, and there is, intentional work happening to support the function of CAC so that you can be effectively advising the board as you're meant to. So thank you for continuing to participate and to work through this process. I thought it was very, I appreciated as a committee member being able to hear from you today to get some clarity behind some of the thinking behind the recommendations. So I really just wanted to start out, I don't have a question specifically about the recommendation, but I really want to just let you know that we are reflecting, and this really underscores just the need to continue working through our processes to make sure that we can be effective in the work that we're doing in the operations of community and their ability to advise us. And I'm sure that my colleagues will have some more questions specifically about the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee King. Trustee Dawson.
Thank you, and through the chair, I actually had planned to say something similar to my colleagues, so I really do appreciate Trustee King's comments as well as Ms. Emery's comments as well. They are well taken and noted. I was wondering if the recommendations could be please put back up on the screen. I'm just wondering, can staff comment to these recommendations?
Could staff respond?
Thank you, and through the chair, I'll begin and then I'll ask System Superintendent Chang to maybe make some comments. I think we've heard a lot this afternoon. And I think what we've heard does, with respect to the first one around transparency, and with respect to the lottery process, staff has endeavored to be as transparent with ASEC, with trustees, and with our broader community. We know that trust is extremely important, and that is something that we've been working since this particular situation unfolded in order to rebuild. And part of rebuilding trust is around the structures that we put in place in order to ensure that the lottery process is a successful one. That's what we have been endeavoring to do. And today it's fascinating that today at PSSC on this day also happens to be the day that we've actually did the lottery today. And so we have been working hard in order to get to this particular stage based on the leadership that System Superintendent Chang has provided. And we are there. And so sometime next week, we will be providing information to parents and to families around the lottery. And there will be many, many families and communities that will be very pleased with the results. And we also know there will be many that will be disappointed. One of the things that we know when we started this particular journey, we started this journey on the premise that we wanted to address concerns with respect to equity and equity for students across the system and access to our alternative programs in the elementary area. We have been able to successfully achieve that based on the results from last year, despite what took place, and we will be able to achieve that this year. And I think that that's a huge piece that we have to keep in mind of what our end goal was and the key achievements that we have to hold dearly to, because for those families and for parents, that actually makes a huge difference. So with respect to the first notion of transparency, each and every day, as staff, we work to provide information to our communities as best as we can in as many amount as we can. And that's a commitment we've made a long, long time ago, and that's a commitment we continue to do. I hear the concerns that have been raised, and I think part of this process is, as a community, in working with staff, working with parents, we have to be able to take steps together, and that's part of the commitment that we certainly will make as staff, because unless we engage in those conversations around process and around outcomes, then we won't be able to achieve for our students and for our families. And so we definitely we support the notion of transparency and will continue to do so. And I think that at the end of the day, this is about communication, and that's a piece that we also have to be able to engage in. I'm going to ask System Officer Gowdy to speak briefly with respect to the second recommendation around projected enrollments, because staff has in fact gone back in order to look at the impact of projected enrollments with respect to staff allocation going into the next year. So Mr. Gowdy, if you're online, I'm wondering if you can comment with respect to the second recommendation here around projected enrollments and its impact on staffing allocation. Mr. Gowdy?
Thank you, Associate Director. Good evening, trustees, staff, and parents. I'm speaking to the recommendation about the use of the October enrollments from 2023 in the projection process. And the actual enrollments, they are a necessary component of our projection process. They're not the only driver of the projection process. And the projection process for elementary alternative schools is a little bit different than what we would do for a regular neighborhood school that's governed by a boundary. We set pupil places to fill through the central admission process. And in order to identify those places to fill, you have to look at the current students and age them. So we take the current enrollment from October 23, we progress the students all up 1 year, and then we look at the school's optimal organization. And it's the difference between the school's optimal organization and the actual enrollment that's been aged 1 year. That determines the pupil places to fill. And so that pupil places to fill, that is a requirement for this central admission process. And that driver is the actual enrollment. But it's the ultimate goal is to achieve that optimal school organization. And the school organization is set to ensure that the 17 elementary alternative schools have stable staff allocation for next year. I'd be pleased to answer any questions that people may have.
Thank you. Trustee Dawson, did you have anything further? Thank you. Trustee Chernos-Lynn?
So I just wanted to comment on 5.1 and the discussion, the presentation by the community co-chair and member. I think a lot of what we've heard speaks to the importance of relationship building and communication, as staff have mentioned. And so in the spirit of that, I would just move that we refer this to staff, and unless there's better language, but I'm thinking we refer it to staff to work with ASAC on relationship building.
So you're moving that for both items?
Item 5.11, 5.11, the obligation to transparency motion.
Can I speak to that, please? What can I
Actually,
ask a question?
at this point, was that Mrs. A. Marie?
Is
I've laid out the process. You've had your opportunity to present the information. Trustees have had an opportunity to ask questions. At this point, Trustee Chernos-Lynn is putting a motion on the floor. And the next step
before
is
the motion goes to a vote, I
Ms.
would
A.
like to
Marie,
say something, speak to the validity of
Marie,
that request.
I have to apologize, and I appreciate you've said it like at the outset that you find the structure a bit rigid and challenging, but this is the
That's not what I
structure.
said. That's not at all what I said.
Okay, excuse me for misrepresenting your words. I heard that.
I said that the process is devoid of equity and inclusion.
Okay.
It is preventative of us being able to have a meaningful discussion in any way.
So, Ms. A. Marie, at this point,
We're more
I'm going to have to interrupt
concerned
you,
with
and
having me stop
I need to
speaking than
call
we are
this
to just let
meeting.
me speak.
I need to have order. If you continue to interrupt the chair of who's conducting the meeting, I'm going to have to stop you. The meeting has to be conducted in this way so it runs in an orderly way so we can conduct the business that we have in front of us.
There's a term for it, and it's called gatekeeping. And it's a discriminatory practice.
We can't engage in a debate here with the presenter of the information. We have to follow the process that the board has established in conducting the committee meetings and the board meetings. So
I
at this
understand, but
point,
I had my hand up for about 15 minutes, and I understand what
this
you're
is not a
saying. That needs
delegation.
to be ordered, but I would like the
Mrs. A.
opportunity to
Marie,
say something.
Mrs. A. Marie,
To suggest we go into recess.
thank you. We're going to go to a brief recess. Thank you. I just need to advise the presenters, Ms. A. Marie, Ms. McAllister. Thank you for your patience. So before we continue, I just want to do a quorum check and also ask that any trustees that have joined the meeting to please identify themselves since we did the roll call earlier.
Trustee Earhart has joined the meeting since the roll call. Chair, thank you.
Through the chair, Trustee Nunziata has joined the meeting.
Trustee Rajagula Singham.
Okay,
Trustee Rajwani.
thank you. Is Trustee Patel there?
Trustee Patel here too, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And Trustee Arts, are you there?
Hi, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, and thank you for your patience. So we're going back. Miss Amory, you had a comment, and then we are moving. Your hand was up. Yes, it's my apologies. Your hand was actually up before the motion came on with the floor. So I am going to give you an opportunity to speak, and then we'll go to the motion.
I'd like to just understand further what kicking it back down to the TDSB staff, I guess that would be Peter's team. How does that support what we are
That was not on the
recommending?
Order. I made a motion, chair, through the chair, I made a motion. You've offered the co-chair the opportunity to comment because her hand was up before I made my motion. So her comment should not be on my motion. My motion isn't
Okay.
even on the floor for discussion yet because I haven't received a seconder. So I
Great.
just respectfully ask the chair to lay out the steps and the order that this
I'm
would
okay.
go in.
I understand.
Thank you.
I don't need the explaining. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
So part of what I wanted to comment on earlier was some of the comments from Audley Salmon, from Director Salmon, and speaking, and also to Debbie King, who, you know, consistently there is a continuous lip service that's being given and thanking and we respect and all of these things. But then the very next statement is, you know, naturally these proceedings come with a level of formality and a level of bureaucracy. And what I was saying in my opening statement was, in fact, that it doesn't have to. And the more that it does, the more it impedes anything that we're trying to do or anything that anyone in the TDSB is trying to do as it relates to DEI. You cannot have a system like this and expect there to be inclusion, which is exactly what is happening right now. Shutting me down for asking a question about the motion and trying to understand why we would bring a recommendation for it to be just put back to us. You know, talking about leadership and supporting the leadership after I just requested that the leadership be revisited and perhaps reassessed because we are not being represented in a way that is helpful to what we are trying to achieve as ASAC in order to achieve our mandate. And speaking also to the issue surrounding what the trustee, I'm sorry, I don't remember his name, but he came and he asked about the school organization and how enrollment set the school organization. But I didn't hear a reason why and how staff was actually allocated to each school based on that procedure. Like, I think there was a lot of mansplaining happening, but I didn't hear any reasoning behind it. And I would again like to ask, like why is there a need or a feeling that we do not have a that there needs to be better communication between ASAC and our TDSB counterparts. What I'm literally here marking is that the communication between us is very, very broken. It is not working. It's not about creating better relationships. It is about the fact that we are being undermined on a regular basis, and it is very explicit, the undermining. So I don't see that. And maybe I'm misunderstanding, but that's why I'm asking. So I only asked that after first because it was the last thing that was said. So pardon me for not following the rules again. I mean, it's just so ridiculous. The level of frustration that people are having around nothing. This is self-inflicted bureaucracy and self-inflicted formalities. And respect for what? This is.
Thank you, Mrs. Amory. So at this point, we're going to Trustee Chernow-Slyn. You've moved a motion recommendation that this be referred back to staff. Is there a seconder? Trustee Dawson? Discussion on the motion? Seeing none, could we go to the vote? All in favor? Aye, or raise your hand.
Sorry, what was that?
It's being referred to staff. Yes. Any opposed? So that carries. Yeah. So with regard to the second item, projected enrollment, did we have a motion on that? Are we referring back to staff?
Was it supposed to be together? Yeah. So both of them will be staff.
Yes. So those are both items, 1 and 2. Referred back to staff. Thank you. So the next item on the agenda is 5.3, Alternative Schools Community Advisory Committee Report of February 5th, 2024. We've got the Secondary Alternative Schools Program Review and reminder of commitment. And do we have the co-chairs speaking to this?
I am here to speak to this.
Thank you, Mrs. McAllister. Please go ahead.
I just, before I begin on this one, I just need to be clear that as volunteers, when we show up here in a public forum and express our concerns, we are taking a disproportionate risk based on the way the way that we are treated and comments that are made that we cannot respond to, and assumptions are made that that are inferring something about us or the way that we operate that are not accurate. And so I put it in the chat, call a point of personal privilege with respect to the comment made by Trustee Chernow-Slyn, where she said that she believes that this is relationship.
This is
no, but at
this point
of personal privilege, and I will continue, but I'm just saying I need to be clear that I am not here, I'm not willing to accept these statements being made
Mrs.
about us and
McAllister,
then glossing
I'm gonna have
over
to
it. I'm
interrupt you
just
for a
not.
moment.
It's not. It's
I'm going
not
to have
reasonable.
to ask you
And
to
I
stop
will.
for a
And
moment.
if we can please agree that
I'm going
if
to ask you to
somebody,
stop
if a
for a
trustee
moment, Mrs.
has a
McAllister.
question about intent, that they will ask rather than
I'm
making an
asking you
assumption
to
and shutting
stop
us
for a
down.
moment because I have concerns about the
Sorry, I can't hear you.
conduct. I need to stop you for a moment. At the beginning, I didn't give an additional reminder of the expectations around conduct and respectful language and meeting norms, etc. But comments disparaging trustees or staff in the room are, in general, are not allowed. I just want to be clear on that.
But just to be clear, I'm
No one
saying
has
that
done that.
disparaging comments were made about us that we weren't given an opportunity to respond to. I made no disparaging comment at all.
Nor did I.
I was speaking precisely to what
At this
I
point,
perceived
what
to
I
be a
can do is
disparaging comment
invite you
about
to
us.
present your report. That is the point in the agenda where we're at. We're at agenda item 5.3, and I'd ask you to present on your report.
So much for listening.
Is the recommendation that was actually approved by the committee? Is that what trustees currently have?
We have your report of February 5th, 2024 in front of us. Trustees, if you refer to agenda pages 17 to 20. 13.
May I please see the next page on the screen that you have?
Thank you. I invite you to make the presentation on your report.
I'm trying to confirm that it is indeed the correct version of the recommendation. I have concerns that it is not.
Okay. We're just asking staff to scroll up. Just one moment. We're just asking staff to put the information up on the screen. If you just give us a moment, I appreciate your patience. I believe the information's on the screen now.
That what I'm seeing on the screen is not reflective of the recommendation that was presented and approved on February 5th by ASAC.
Okay, thank you for that. So in that case, do we have a motion to send this back so we can get the correct?
No. The reason why you're hearing from Lori McAllister and myself today in the way in which you are is because of the way that this has been presented to the PSSC. We have made multiple attempts to make sure that this doesn't get kicked back to us today because Trustee Peter Chang has completely ignored our requests for this particular item to be put
I'm
on.
going to ask for.
onto the agenda correctly.
Yeah, I have to stop you again for conduct. I'm going to ask for a recess at this point. So we're going to ask for a brief recess. And if we could put, and the presenters just in the waiting room for a moment, and we're going to be back from the recess shortly. Thank you for your patience, everyone. We've come back from our recess, and we are at agenda item 5.3 and the two recommendations. And we have the CAC co-chairs or co-chair with us. And I think we left off, there was some question by the co-chairs as to whether the correct version of the recommendations are in front of us. And during the recess, we confirmed that in fact, the recommendation that was passed at the CAC meeting is in fact the one in front of us. So can we resume with this?
Sorry, given the discrepancy, can you please confirm how you confirmed this?
Okay. So we have, I believe it was the trustee liaison, the trustee co-chair on the committee, who was in attendance at the meeting, confirmed.
Why not look to the meeting minutes, which we were supposed to have already about a week ago? We've already confirmed with Peter prior to even him submitting this particular recommendation that it was wrong and it was not the right recommendation.
So at this point, there appears to be a discrepancy. You're saying we've confirmed that this was in fact the recommendations that were passed at the.
How can you confirm that when the co-chair and a voting member who actually presented this recommendation is telling you that it's not the right?
If you continue to interrupt the meeting, unfortunately, we'll have to put you in the waiting room. So just to be clear, during the recess, we confirm that the recommendations that are in front of us now were in fact what was passed at the CAC meeting of February 5th, 2024. And the co-chair of that committee is disputing that here. So I think what we need is a recommendation to refer this back. Trustee King.
Thank you, through your chair. So just given the discrepancy in what's in front of us, I would like to see this go back to the committee for an opportunity to make sure that what is resubmitted is in fact the recommendation that you would like in front of us. So moving that this is referred back to the Alternative School Advisory Committee.
Okay, moved by Trustee King, seconded by Trustee Chernos-Lynn.
Which is exactly why we're asking that this particular advisory be removed.
I'm going to ask again that the presenters not interrupt.
It's intentional. It is. This is intentional.
I've said that if you continue to interrupt, that you'll be moved to the waiting room. And as you continue to interrupt the meeting, you will be, in fact, moved to the waiting room. So motion's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none. All in favor, show of hands or aye? Any opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. So thank you to the presenters for coming and presenting at this meeting, this committee meeting this evening.
I resent the paternalistic pandering of this meeting.
Please have
you should all be ashamed of yourselves.
And I'm going to ask
I'm extremely offended by the treatment that I've received today. I think it has been very disrespectful to myself and to Lori McAllister, who have taken time away from our
speakers,
taken time away
from
our
responsibilities
and to ensure that we are communicate with
At this point, I'm going to ask that they be removed from the meeting. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, yeah. My apologies. This is a public forum. The code of conduct was stated clearly at the outset, and we are going to move forward in the agenda. So the next item is staff reports. Item 6.1. Who will be speaking to this item? Thank you.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. We are very excited this evening to be talking about math once again. I promise I will not make any mathematic jokes like I did last time, unless you want me to. This is the second report that we are bringing to PSSC in regards to our Math Achievement Action Plan. You are going to be hearing about a variety of incredible initiatives, professional learning, as well as some quantitative data as we were elevating the voices of the participants. In future reports, we are going to be sharing key performance indicator data, inclusive of report cards, information and achievement information for students based on reports from our educators. So please look forward to that. So with no further ado, I'm going to pass it off to my colleague. Once, Manchu, could I ask that the slide deck be projected, or Mindrika? Thank you so very much. And it's my pleasure to introduce Denise Humphreys, System Superintendent.
Thank you, and I'll just wait for the slide deck. Wonderful, thank you. Next slide, please. As we align system learning with our Math Achievement Action Plan priorities, we are monitoring the implementation of math learning in the fall and spring sessions. The offering supports senior leaders, school-based leaders, and educators throughout our system. In the fall of 2023, 818 participants attended and gave feedback regarding the learning that was provided through exit surveys. The upcoming spring term includes a new offering called Unlocking Fractions Understanding. We continue to promote the use of digital tools for students at our priority grades. Some additional information. In the Building Foundational Math Skills in the Early Years, 86% of participants responded that the learning series increased their confidence in teaching math content. 95% of participants felt that the learning series was beneficial to them as an educator. In the Building Thinking Classrooms offerings, 78% of participants responded that the implementation of their thinking classroom practices positively impacted students' engagement in math class. Next slide, please. These professional learning opportunities are particularly targeted to our math learning partnership schools. A collaborative inquiry process is used to deepen math content knowledge, teacher effectiveness, and student engagement. This approach integrates professional development with practical applications, ensuring that learning is relevant, effective, and directly tied to student outcomes. And for our next slide, I now pass it on to centrally assigned principal, Murvi Salo.
Thank you. Through our Math Learning Action Plan, our system-wide offerings are aligned to provide school-based educators engaging learning in 3 Math Achievement Action Plan priority areas: fidelity of curriculum implementation, to strengthen mathematics content knowledge for teaching, and knowing the mathematics learner. Ensuring fidelity of curriculum implementation includes using instructional and assessment practices with a proven track record of enhancing student achievement. So for example, with our building thinking classrooms, one of the teachers said, quote, "It's hard to put into words just how much these sessions have improved my math lessons and instruction. To be able to name strategies and ways of working with numbers has been invaluable." In terms of the second priority, we have been engaging in ongoing learning to strengthen mathematics content knowledge for teaching. So for example, in our building foundational math skills in early years, a teacher said, quote, "A lot of collaboration and communication, and especially joy in learning math. The excitement of learning math through this way was eye-opening, and the engagement levels of 90% of my students has gone up." And in the third priority, knowing the mathematics learner, it includes ensuring mathematical tasks, interventions, and supports are relevant and responsive. So a quote from our grade 9 de-streamed spiraling coding professional learning, a teacher said, quote, "I liked the hands-on activities. They forced me to think like a student and to think of challenges my own students could have with coding lessons." Next slide, please. Throughout the first term, the math team has also offered administrator sessions to support the work being done in schools, aligned with our educational professional learning on building thinking classrooms and building foundational math skills in the early years. And 206 administrators have attended these sessions. Our exit survey indicated that over 94% of administrators felt increased confidence in implementing this work with their teachers at their schools. One new administrator noted, quote, "Thank you. This session was really great for me as a relatively new leader. I appreciate the templates for planning and the intentional walkthroughs. It was great to have an opportunity to look at the Lawson book through a leadership lens," end quote. I'll now turn it over to System Superintendent of Mathematics, Lisa Dilworth.
Thank you. In an ongoing effort to enhance the mathematical content knowledge and instructional practice of educators, TDSB has continued to support the provision of accredited additional qualification, or AQ, courses in math. To provide context, secondary teachers who teach mathematics have an undergraduate specialization in math. Secondary teachers often take additional qualifications to learn how to engage students through effective instructional strategies and learn about what is known as mathematics content for teaching. Elementary teachers do not require an undergraduate degree in math to teach mathematics. Elementary educators graduate with an undergraduate degree in a variety of focus areas and are then provided with instruction in math throughout Teachers College as they obtain their Bachelor's of Education. As a result of their varying backgrounds, elementary teachers do not always have a strong understanding of math content. The Elementary Additional Qualifications course seeks to build that understanding and provide teachers with effective instructional supports in addition to the work that we are doing as a system to provide high-quality in-service learning to them. As of September, 29.4% of our secondary teachers and 23.7% of our elementary teachers were certified with additional math qualifications. Following the completion of AQ courses this fall, these numbers have now risen to 29.7% for secondary and 29.5% for elementary. Given the size of our board, this increase represents a significant enhancement in our teaching staff's qualifications and, by extension, their ability to effectively teach mathematics. These percentages represent 3,232 elementary and 5,251 secondary teachers who have additional qualifications in mathematics, with 116 teachers receiving their Math AQ subsidy in the fall of 2024. This continued growth in teachers with additional qualifications is in part due to the fact that the board has secured a grant from the government to provide a financial subsidy to teachers who complete these courses. These offerings and the subsidy will be continuing into the spring with new additional qualification sessions starting now and later in the term. Next slide, please. The next ministry report, scheduled for March 2024, will include updates on the strategies and key performance indicators, or KPIs. Our next professional learning cycle begins this month, February 2024, and includes new offerings around fractions for both educators and administrators. We are collaborating with EQAO also in March to provide principals with webinars and in-person learning at the LN level to understand how to utilize released questions to guide the learning in their schools. Learning with our SOEs, or Superintendents of Education, continues in supporting schools in tying the work they are doing in mathematics to their support of their schools' school improvement plans. Our final report will be delivered to the board committee in May or June of 2024. Final data collection, including EQAO administration, will happen in May, June, and the results will be available in the fall of 2024. And finally, we are already beginning to plan and refine and continue the important work of the TDSB Math Achievement Action Plan for next year. Thank you for your time and attention to this report, and we welcome your questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from trustees? I have Trustee Raj Kalasingham.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you so much to System Superintendent Dilworth, System Superintendent Humphreys, and the whole team that worked on this report. Really happy to hear this next update, and I think it's just incredible work. So thank you so much for everyone who worked on this. I do have a few questions. The first question that I had was, sorry, just put on a question. So it's in the report, it shared that in the future we will be getting additional information on key performance indicators, which include February math report card marks, student attendance, and outcomes from math attitudinal surveys. And I'm also reflecting on the Math Achievement Action Plan, which said they wanted to increase accessibility to high-level math, particularly to historically underserved groups. But I'm just wondering if we're ever going to see any demographic data collection on this. I know that there was, we're going to be seeing information on Indigenous perspectives in math learning and centering Black students. But I'm just wondering if we're going to take a deeper dive into demographic data. I'm thinking of socioeconomic status. I'm thinking of the students that are overrepresented in suspensions and expulsions and their level of math capabilities. The reason being is I'm thinking of when we started the virtual learning option during COVID, and it just seemed like a simple choice that some families were choosing to make. But when we looked at the demographic data for virtual learning, it showed that more students from underserved communities were attending school virtually. So I'm just curious to see what our data is telling us about which kids need more support. So that was my first question.
Thank you for the question. And through the chair, I'll begin, and I'll invite Murphy to join. Certainly, we are supporting students in particular schools with math learning partners, and you'll remember at our last report we had talked about our math learning partner schools and our very intentional support through staff with job-embedded support for our educators who are providing math instruction. We won't be disaggregating the information or the data for these schools, and I'll invite Murphy to talk a little bit about what our reporting may be looking like in partnership with our research department.
Thank you for the question. And just to add on to what Associate Director Sabrisco has said, even though we won't be disaggregating the data in this way, it is a focus of our support. When we were doing some of the planning in terms of the supports and the professional learning in the schools, we did some work around looking at the alignment between where our math learning partner schools are and LOI and parts of the city where we've seen students have been underserved historically. And so we have been intentionally doing some of the work in terms of working with the Urban Indigenous Education Center, the Center for Excellence for Black Student Achievement, really taking a look at some frameworks, such as one by a math scholar named Pam Sita, who really looks at the work around mathematics and STEM learning for Black and racialized students. So it is really a very strong intentional part of our work and part of what we are really focusing on in terms of how we're supporting staff as well in terms of what the professional learning and assessment practices look like in our schools to support the students that you were just asking about.
Thank you.
Thank you, the chair. And then beyond the next update, do we see our system exploring how students with a learning disability are doing and how they're being supported in math in early years and what interventions are being provided? And also students in French immersion. I believe they have to take a math credit in French. And we know that many students often drop out of the French immersion program when their needs are being supported. So are we tracking these students and how they're doing in these programs?
Thank you for the question. And through the chair, I'll invite Lisa to speak to this question.
In terms of approach, the approach that we're taking is a developmental approach. It's based on conceptual understanding and is a highly individual approach, in particular with younger students. The resources such as the Lawson book that we are using to guide that particular piece around early math skill development is available in English and French and is able to be used in a FI setting. And there is now also a version of Building Thinking Classrooms that is also in French. So we are building those pieces in. Certainly your question around data is something for us to take away and consider. So thank you for that.
And if I may add, just to be saying that the wondering about specific profiles, schools, students is something that we share through the chair to all the trustees. And please let us take that back and see how responsive we can be in the 3 reports that are expected from the ministry and how precise that we can be. Thank you.
Thank you, and through the chair. And in no means am I expecting all these to be answered within the next update. I'm just thinking of it as the journey that we're going to be taking with math, in the years to come. And I had another question. So I'm going to make the assumption that just like how for our early learners, we need to establish, foundational language and reading skills. I'm going to make the assumption that elementary math is extremely important to build that strong foundation. Do we have a target of what we would like, of how many how many teachers in elementary we would like to have the additional qualifications in math? Because I know you mentioned that the number is increasing, but do we have an expectation of where we'd like that number to be in 3 years, in 5 years, and so on?
Thank you for the question, and through the chair, we would love it to be 100%. Is that a fair goal? I don't think that's a realistic goal. We right now are looking for what our baseline is, and tracking the additional qualifications has been a bit of a challenge. So it's going to be easier for us to report on how many individuals asked for the subsidy for the additional qualification. We are also very curious about the difference between elementary and secondary, where educators have their qualifications in their university degree for teaching mathematics. So it's different. As a secondary teacher, you need at least 2 courses in mathematics, which is not the expectation at the elementary panel. And you certainly have seen the steps that the Ministry of Education is taking to have new graduates pass a math literacy proficiency assessment. So I think that there's lots that is happening in the sector, and we are very curious and wanting to explore how we can further that data. I don't think 100% is an achievable goal, but let us get back to you on the precision of what our target will be. Thank you.
Thank you so much, the chair. And just one last question. Do we ever, and I'm not sure if we've done this with other in other subjects before, but have we ever spoken directly with students that may not be doing so well in math? Would we ever consider having those conversations to better learn how they would like to be supported and challenges they faced? Would that be something to better understand students' perspectives and the challenges that they're facing on their math journey?
Thank you for that. And through the chair, we have engaged in attitudinal surveys and have currently collected that information. However, we do have opportunities to go deeper at local levels to do listening campaigns, and that's work that we will continue to explore as we move through this school year.
The chair, thank you so much. I come from a family where our parents used to buy exercise books well ahead of our grades. And, you know, there was so much emphasis on math. And in high school, I really struggled, and I was never approached by a teacher to ask if I was okay. So seeing the work that we're doing here and these conversations around how we're trying to build that capacity and that confidence in students, it's kind of healing for me too. So thank you so much to the team and for this incredible work. I'm looking forward to the next final update. Thank you.
Thank you. The next trustee, Trustee Earhart.
Hi there. Thanks very much. Through the chair, I was thrilled to read this report and just want to congratulate everyone on the significant work that's taking place, in particular around the additional qualifications. That's quite an effort on behalf of teachers, but also everyone who has been involved in seeing this through. And so just a big congratulations. I have a few questions around what the ministry is currently funding. And I fear, so I'm going to preface my questions, that I may sound anti-technology with my question. And I just want to emphasize that by no means am I against digital tools in our schools. I think it's very exciting that we are incorporating new technologies into our learning for mathematics, and I think it can be a really helpful tool. I just want to get more information. I want to make sure that we're applying the same rigor that we would with any new modalities or methods for the benefit of students. And so I saw that the ministry is supporting digital tools for specific grade levels, 100% of students in specific grades to be using the digital tools. So I'm wondering if we could get a bit more information on that. Also, if the ministry's funding. I did look at some of the digital tools online to gain a better understanding of what they offered, and just wondering if we could learn a bit more of what we understand benefits, how they're being used, and how the ministry's funding them. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair. The ministry does support digital tools as one methodology for supporting math learners. We by no means want to move to digital tools being the program. So I just want to put that out there. They are just a small part of a student's experience with mathematics. Nothing can replace students working in real time with educators who utilize high-yield instructional strategies and who support and scaffold individual student learning and collective student learning. That's the magic of teaching right there. However, digital schools such as Knowledge Hook, MathUp, and Mathology can be used as a way to collect diagnostic data or to provide a station to work at practicing a specific math concept. But they would never be the mainstay of a program. Some of the digital tools also provide learning for educators, such as MathUp. So that's there's a woman named Marion Small, who's a very famous mathematician, educator. There are lessons in there about math concepts from her that are really rich, and they actually connect to lessons that can be done with students. So that becomes another avenue for teachers and students to learn at the same time. And certainly all schools have access to that. However, digital tools have gotten a bit of a bad rap because sometimes we think of them as kind of like, kids are playing video games in the corner. And some of them do have game-like content. Knowledge Hook it looks a bit game-like. But that particular tool uses different math challenges to actually gather diagnostic information about students. So teachers can use that as a jumping off point to be able to individualize the learning in their classroom. And again, it's rooted in the curriculum, so students will be learning the curriculum. One particular tool that we do promote is called Braining Camp, and it serves to provide students with virtual manipulatives to use when working on math questions. Obviously, we do our best to ensure that all students have access to physical manipulatives in school whenever possible, but this digital tool provides students and families with access to manipulatives that perhaps students wouldn't have at home. And they also can stretch a school's provision of manipulatives. Obviously, students and teachers need to know how to use them effectively first before they would rely on those to any degree. All of these math tools, with the inclusion of some TV Ontario offerings as well, are available on the board website. It sounds like you've already explored them a little bit, but I encourage people to take a look at them. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And through the chair, beyond being a trustee, I was a parent in the pandemic who accessed many of the resources that TDSB provided, as well as TDO, to support my family math learning journey during our virtual years. And so, yeah, I'm very grateful for that response. It does sound like we're applying rigor and thinking that and valuing the role of teachers and in-person learning, which is great to hear, in how we're incorporating digital tools and technology. And you had, what I specifically heard mentioned was manipulatives. And this is something that I also noted in the report. There were two areas where it was noted that the ministry was not funding work that appeared to me to be very important. So one was the professional learning release time for school-based educators, which, given the additional qualifications and the training work that is underway and that seems to be so important that we're hearing such rave reviews about, I feel like that's a really important component of supporting math achievement. So that was one. And then the second was around funding school resource purchases. So things like books, textbooks, manipulatives. I keep thinking of photocopy budgets and how my child has been sent home with photocopies of 4 pages per sheet in early years, where handwriting and learning how to physically write a number is at a small scale is still a very big challenge. And it just, it really has hit home to me that without those tools in the classrooms, that we can't really do a back to basics mathematics approach. So physical manipulatives are just so important, I would think. And so I'm wondering if you can speak a bit to what we currently have and what's needed in both of those areas where I noted that the ministry doesn't fund. And thanks so much.
Thank you, and through the chair. I'll just speak to some of the points that you raised around budget and what the ministry funds and what we fund through our TDSB preliminary school budgets. So firstly, through our TDSB preliminary school budgets, in grades 7 to 12, we support a line with math manipulatives and tools, and that's received at $4 per pupil. Although this is only for those grade ranges, there are other ways that manipulatives and resources are funded. All schools determine their school priorities for learning resources based on their school improvement planning process in consultation with school staff and communities. And TDSB classrooms have a variety of non-consumable and consumable math manipulatives, digital resources that are available to all schools through the TDSB virtual library and our library department, and curriculum tasks that are available online and from a variety of hard copy sources as well in each school. In terms of a photocopy budget, we can consider our Eco Schools initiative and responsibilities in the schools. We're encouraging schools to move away from large amounts of school budget for photocopying and for them to use that money instead to invest in building teacher capacity through professional learning and thinking about hands-on and other types of math tasks and materials related to effective practice. Pre-packaged curricula and worksheets are generally less effective in building that capacity for our teachers and less effective in teaching math skills to reach all of our learners. In terms of what the ministry funds, in our Math Achievement Action Plan for this year, the following was funded: the salary for the math lead, the salaries for the school math facilitators, who are the math learning partners in each school, at $2,562,000, and the school math facilitators in secondary school at $546,000, and the digital math tools that we discussed earlier at $1,686,000. Textbooks are part of school budget, and last year the RMS funding did not offer textbooks to be part of, did not cover textbooks as part of the budget. So in terms of your question overall, the digital resources were funded by the ministry, and as you said, release time was not part of our funding for this year in that PPF. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. I appreciate the detailed response. And I think following everyone's questions, I'm hopeful that a motion could be put forward on my behalf just to advocate for some of these specific funding areas that we're seeing could really benefit. I mean, I think it's great that digital math tools are being funded, but I find it heartbreaking that some of our classic tools like textbooks are not currently being supported as well. And just hearing $4 per pupil, it just sounds, it doesn't sound like enough if this is an area that the province in particular is seeking to prioritize. And so I'm hopeful that we can advocate in this regard. And thanks so much.
Thank you, Trustee Earhart. And thank you to staff for those responses. Next, we have Trustee King.
Thank you through the chair. Thank you, staff, for the report. I am also fresh off of having Superintendent Humphreys and Coordinator Jason Toe speak at an award forum for our families. So got to experience firsthand some of the thinking and the strategy and how that is shared. Really, really exciting as parents to be able to hear that. And I can see how the enthusiasm and the expertise really gets passed through staff in their roles. So thank you for that. I just have one quick question, and I think you touched on it earlier. I didn't hear the full answer, or if it was a specific answer to this, but I'm just wanted to hear a little bit more about the grant that was obtained to help provide the subsidies for the additional qualifications. With the amount that was obtained, have we essentially maxed out on the possibility of it, or is there money left on the table? Is there more demand that could be met with a larger grant amount? I just wanted a sense of how that's getting utilized.
Thank you for the question. So the Math AQ subsidy is a subsidy that we apply for annually from the ministry, and we request and make a rationale in terms of the funds that we are looking for. So we did request an increase in the funds this year because we knew that we were really working to support building that capacity in our teachers across the system. At this point, we still have capacity for the second term. So a lot of teachers took additional qualifications in the fall. And then there's opportunities for them to take spring sessions and summer sessions because the subsidy, the AQ, has to be taken between September 1st of 2023 and August 31st of 2024. At this point, we've used up about half the funds, so there's still lots of capacity for teachers to take those courses in the spring and in the summer.
Thank you. So it sounds like even with the increased amount that was requested and met, it sounds like by the end we expect a complete uptake. We can anticipate an uptake on the entire amount just based on the response and the participation that we've had up until this point.
Thank you for the question. Yes, we're about halfway through the year and we're about halfway through the funds. So if we continue to have teachers taking additional qualifications at the similar rate in the spring and in the summer, we do anticipate that we will then use the full amount that we were granted. Of course, we would want that to happen. So we do continue to communicate to the system those opportunities and the AQ subsidy can be applied to any math AQ from primary junior to intermediate to senior specialist. There's a whole range of different additional qualifications that teachers can take. We do actually offer an additional qualifications course internally within the TDSB at a lower rate. Compared to ones that they may get from other approved providers, but teachers can, as long as it's an accredited provider, such as university, they can apply for the subsidy from us. So they don't have to do the TDSB one, but the nice thing about the TDSB AQ is that we can connect the learning to resources that are internal and also some of the direction and needs that we see in the system.
Thank you for that. I think it's just so important to know that when requests are made for increases in funding, that they really are utilized well to the benefit of our system and our students. So thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Dawson.
Sorry. Thank you through the chair. I would like to move a business arising motion on behalf of Trustee Earhart. So this really speaks to some of the questioning that Trustee Earhart. Oh.
I think we still have a speakers list.
Oh, okay. So we'll wait for this to the end?
Yes. So I believe Trustee McLean is the last person on this, and Trustee Chernosklin. Trustee McLean.
Thank you, and through the chair. I'm interested in exploring our course versus external courses at university, and that ours that we run are less expensive. Did I understand that correctly? Can you give me an example of this breakdown? And I'd like to understand exactly how
Thank you for the question. Can I just clarify two things? You're asking how our additional qualifications courses compare to other providers, both in terms of cost and content, or just cost?
If I'm a teacher, I'm trying to figure out, and I'm looking I'm interested in this programming. I'm trying to, from a consumer's point of view, I'm trying to understand the choice that the TDSB provides and the choice that I might find somewhere else. I think you indicated other universities offer. So I'm going to start there and then explore and then expand depending on the response.
So in terms of cost, a typical additional qualifications course will range usually between $650 and $750. Again, I don't know all of the specific universities, but that's a typical range in terms of the cost of taking per course. In terms of our internal, for our TDSB staff, it's $450, and it's a cost recovery model.
Thank you, and a follow-up through the chair. And what's the subsidy per course?
Sorry, thank you for the question. So through the chair, the subsidy can be up to $650. So if you are taking a course, for example, through the TDSB, the subsidy will cover the entire cost of the additional qualifications course. And if you are able to find an external a provider that provides a course for $650, again, it would cover the whole cost of the course. But if for example, university is charging more than that, then it would only cover up to the $650, and then the staff member would have to cover the difference. Hopefully that answers your question.
It does, thank you. Am I safe to assume, without disparaging the courses that are being offered by distinguished universities throughout the province, that all things being equal, we would prefer that they took ours because ours align in the manner in which we're trying to deliver programming? Is that a reasonably accurate assessment?
Thank you for the question, and through the chair. All additional qualifications courses do need to be written to meet a certain basic guideline that's provided by the Ontario College of Teachers. And then every provider writes their own version of that course within that framework of that guideline, and it has to be approved by the Ontario College of Teachers before it can be offered. So they all meet a certain standard in terms of that, but in terms of our internal additional qualifications course, I would say that yes, our course does connect to not only external resources, but also the resources that teachers can specifically access within the board, and also definitely does connect to many of the direction in terms of the professional learning and supports and teaching practices that we're hoping to see in the system. So you're correct in that assumption.
I'm not sure anyone's ever said that in this room before. Through the chair. I guess I'd like to follow up in how aggressively then do we, from our point of view, as a system, sitting in this chair, I was really excited about the concept that we have something that's cheaper, that suits our needs better, that would go further. If all our staff picked our model, the subsidy that we're provided from the government would go further. Am I getting that? Am I on the right track here? So how aggressively then, I guess is my question, do we make this known to our staff so that we're encouraging them, I guess, to pick our option because collectively that we're allowed to do, that provides us a mechanism, to do more with less, which is, the constant challenge around here, and that we can make that which we get from the province go further, and in this case, actually go further, and although maybe in a small manner, but yet actually meet our demands and align with what we're trying to accomplish better. So I guess I'm asking how effectively or what means we're going to share that with the staff so that hopefully we lead them down the yellow brick road back to us.
Thank you, and through the chair. Definitely, it is something that we are using many, many different communications channels to share the information. And so we've got many different ways that we communicate throughout the system, as you would know, whether it's teachers who have signed up for the math newsletter, our website, conversations with staff when they come to professional learning, our emails to principals. It's shared with superintendents by System Superintendent Humphreys and Dilworth. So we have been sharing and continue to share it in as many different venues as possible. As you know, with a board our size, communication is an ongoing challenge, but it is something that we continually work on in terms of getting that information out there around the additional qualifications and all the great work that the team is doing. And on a good news note, we have, in many of our sessions, we have planned often to have, let's say, a section of Math Primary Junior Part 1, and we've had so many teachers sign up that we've been able to often run, hire additional staff to run multiple sessions. So that is, I think, a good news item.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for those questions and for those responses. Next, we have Trustee Chernos-Lynn.
Thank you so much. This has been a really interesting item on the agenda with lots of learning and really focused on student achievement, so it's really exciting. Like Trustee King, I had the pleasure of having a ward forum with Superintendent Humphreys and her team, as well as math teachers, teachers who teach math, they are math teachers, throughout my ward who presented how they're implementing the work that you guys have been leading across classrooms throughout my schools. And it was really eye-opening to see the work in action. It was fascinating, actually, because it's quite different from how I was taught math. I realized I was taught math a really long time ago. I won't say how long, but it was a long time ago. But it was even quite different than when my kids went through math. And often on school visits, we don't necessarily arrive in a classroom at the time math is being done. So it was a great window for parents to see the types of things being done. And there did seem to be consistent pieces being taught school to school to school in terms of approaches. And it was full of curiosity, joy, excitement, and really terrific engagement on behalf of students, but also on behalf of the staff. That was really evident. So that was something that really struck me. My question is around how this is disseminated at the school level. I understand schools that have, like the report talks about community support workers doing pieces of outreach to parents, but our school like parent council meetings, are staff presenting this work at, is that being encouraged to disseminate information about this at the school level? And so that's my first question. And my second question is, with manipulatives, are they ever loaned out to families to take home to practice, like for kids so they can practice at home, or are schools sort of, are they suggesting things? I mean, I imagine families, some families may have things that you could use as a manipulative. Might not be a traditional manipulative, but I mean, it could be like, I can imagine how during the pandemic we kind of made them, but I guess I'm just wondering like how kids practice some of this stuff at home, because the tools that they may be using in a classroom are different than what you might have at home.
Thank you for that question. I'm going to pass the chair to Trustee King.
Through the chair. So your first question, now I'm blanking out, was?
It's just about
I'm
like
thinking
our
about
council
manipulatives.
meetings go, like we did ward forum meetings.
Right,
but
okay, yes.
I imagine that like people want to hear about how their local school, how that's being.
So I was at a school in the West End a couple weeks ago, and they were having that night a family math night. And there's kind of two ways of doing family math nights. One is like just all out math games, math fun. Everybody comes in and they explore some of them, because a lot of the teaching can be done through games, really basic games, things that parents can make, and often families leave with a little grab bag of those games. The second way to do it, I've done both as a principal, is to have a discussion with parents, and you actually rotate them through rooms where they're learning the way their students learn. And that was very powerful. And you get all of the angst that parents have in terms of their own trauma with math coming out when you debrief at the end. It was really, I was surprised. I was a little nervous doing it, but it was a very positive experience. So there are those two options, and our math team does support schools in doing that work. The other answer to your question around manipulatives, just to give you an example, yesterday, Superintendent Humphreys and myself were at the fractions learning, the first session of it, which was excellent, by the way. And a lot of it was paper folding. When you think about fractions, like I think we overthink what we need to be able to do effective practice in math and to be able to help children learn. And we were folding paper in half. We were folding it into quarters. We were folding and strips that were all the same size, so you could see that a whole was this and it could be that, and it could, you know. And then students start to figure out what a denominator means. It means the number of pieces of or parts of. So some of it is very easy to do. It just requires some communication between the school and home. I think schools, at some schools, I know schools I've been at, we did Ziploc bags, some manipulatives, and send them home as well. It really depends on the school, and that's something that you would talk to your principal and school administrators about. But there's so much fun to have in math, and families need to be a part of the fun.
Thank you so much for that. I'll be planning to ask my superintendents about that, just because I think the more people understand, like parents can be engaged, understand, the more they can encourage their kids in this as well. And I just think what you're doing is so different from what most of us grew up with, that being able to impart that knowledge to parents will empower them to help support their kids. And I think the trauma piece really resonates with me, because I think I probably have some. And I am really excited about the work that's being done, because I think it does engage kids, and especially the group work that I've seen being done really engages and breaks down the fear that some kids may bring to doing math, and unleashes the joy and the collaborativeness that is so important, not just for math, but for social skills as well. So I really want to commend the work that's being done. I'm really excited about it, and I want to encourage as much as possible that my colleagues have these types of ward meetings, but also that we're doing them at the school level, because I think really it's what happens at the school with parents. That's what builds confidence in the system and in what we're doing. So thank you.
Thank you. I believe we've reached the end of our speaker list, and I'm going to return the chair to Trustee Williams to receive this item.
Thank you. So at this point, I just want to again thank staff for this amazing work, the report that's being presented here. And at this point, we need a motion to recommend that the second of 3 Math Achievement Action Plan updates for 2023-2024 be received. Moved by Trustee Chernos-Lynn, seconded by Trustee Dawson. And any further discussion? Are we on eScribe? Okay, this is coming up on eScribe.
Chernos-Lynn in favor.
Dawson in favor.
Loka Rothman? In favor? Trustee Shan? Trustee Shan, how do you vote? Not there? Okay, we're closing the vote. And that carries. So the next item, I believe, is business arising. Trustee Dawson.
Thank you. You know, I didn't have a chance to say before, but thank you so much, staff, for the report. It was very exciting. And recognizing that there's some potential gaps in provincial funding, I'm supporting Trustee Earhart in moving this business arising motion. She is on the line. Am I able to ask her to speak to the motion, or?
While you're moving, we need a seconder, and
oh, sorry,
could open
we
it
have
up.
a seconder.
Seconded by Trustee King. And any discussion, questions on the motion? Did Trustee Earhart want to speak to the motion?
I'll just say quickly that this stems from seeing that there's some critical areas where there wasn't targeted funding by the ministry, and so in the spirit of this being a high priority, and certainly given our projected budget situation, I think it's important that wherever we can, that we seek out resources for areas of importance. And so I hope that this is a helpful motion. And also, I believe that in this advocacy, we would clearly also make note of the important investments that the ministry has already made. But noting that these are areas that would round out the support. I hope that's helpful, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Were there any further questions or discussion on this motion? Do we have it on eScribe so we can go to vote? Oh, Trustee Chernos-Lynn?
I just want to ask staff to comment on part 1 and whether, like, I guess, how significant is the need for part 1? I totally understand part 2. I'm just wondering, based on some of the comments we've heard tonight, so I just want reassurance that this is, I want to know, is this something staff supports and feels is an ask that is something that was missed in the funding, I guess. I just want to confirm that.
Thank you.
Thank you. And through the chair, I can certainly begin. When the ministry funds the district school board, there are 2 sources of funding, the special education grant and then PPFs. This PPF did not include finances for resources, except for digital tools. Last year's renewed math strategy and that PPF did have funding that school boards were allowed to purchase resources, except for textbooks. They seem to be redirecting that funding line to digital tools. So I would want you to know that difference. School boards, through the grants for student needs, the main source of funding, there are funding lines for school resources, and that is where we would direct the $4 per student for each of our schools. I interpret this proposed motion for the Board of Trustees to be considering asking the ministry for additional resources inclusive of more money for math manipulatives, as an example, or other potential resources. So I think on behalf of the math team, if the minister wishes to give us more money because you asked, we would never say no. I've seen it work before through the chair to Trustee McLean, so we can certainly support the request for additional funds. Thank you for that specific point.
Okay, just a follow-up question from that. Is the issue then not simply the amount, that it's not significant enough because it leaves out certain things, or is it that it's like that we would also want it to be more flexible, or
Yes, I think through the chair, that would be an excellent point.
okay. I think the language here allows for that. I'm just thinking when we set out to write the letter, it's helpful for us to understand the context in which you've described it. Do we want to add the word flexibility? Yeah, well, I think the language allows us to do this, and we can when we write the letter, but that's helpful for me to understand. Okay.
Thank you. And the director would like to comment?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, first of all, thank you to the team for this report and the excellent work that you're doing each and every day to support our students' learning in mathematics. I couldn't help but add my voice to this exciting conversation about student learning in the boardroom. A number of years ago, the government actually invested in resources for elementary classrooms on an ongoing basis. And so I would suggest that if the board approves, that within the chair's letter, that we ask for a cycle of investments in math manipulatives, rather than one-time funding associated with ministry priorities, but rather either it's built in cyclically into the GSN, or the government invests every 4 years or whatever period is feasible in the replenishment of math resources. When they're really good and when they're used, they disappear quickly.
You still have time.
So given that, I actually think, I wonder if we might be able to take a brief recess just to create some wording, because I think the motion should reflect that cycle of investment. I think that's hard to, unless someone has a quick suggestion. I just wonder if we could take like a 2-minute recess just so I can, I want to amend.
The chair.
Trustee Earhart?
This may work. We could also take a recess. It's just under I, perhaps put ongoing school resource purchases, add the word ongoing. But I'm happy. I feel very supportive of a recess to refine to meet the stated needs. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll take a brief, approximately 2-minute recess. just to refine the wording of this motion.
Does say for future.
Thank you. We're in much for your patience. So I believe Trustee Cherno-Swin is moving an amendment, and the amendment will be up on the screen, and the words that are being inserted per the amendment are highlighted. You can see the word specifically struck, and the words including but not limited to the following are now inserted instead. And in that last paragraph, you'll see highlighted the proposed amendment after the word targeting to include cyclical and sustainable before the word funding. So do we have a seconder for that amendment? Seconded by Trustee Dawson. Do we need any discussion on the amendment? Seeing no discussion, we're going a show of hands. All in favor, aye, or raise your hand.
Aye.
Do we have any opposed? So that amendment carries, and we're back to the main motion as amended. It was moved by Trustee Dawson, seconded by Trustee King. Do we need any further discussion on the motion as amended? Seeing no further discussion, a show of hands, all in favor, or aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? So the motion as amended carries. And thank you so much for the movers and the discussion. And thank you again to staff for the incredible work that's been done on the report, the whole math team. Incredible work. Thank you. So at this point, we're going to the next agenda item, which is 6.2, Fall 2023 Update on Responding to Incidents of Racism, Bias, and Hate. Who is speaking to this? The Director.
Thank you very much. Through the chair. I acknowledge that this has been and continues to be an incredibly difficult and painful time for so many within the TDSB community, as many of our students and staff who hold Jewish and Palestinian identities in particular. And in fact, in light of what this report shows, all students and staff who experience racism and hate in their daily lives. The report before you describes the incidents of racism and hate among students or impacting students within our schools. It is crucial to recognize the significance of these incidents and acknowledge the impact on our schools, our communities, and most importantly, our students. In many ways, schools are reflective of the challenges faced by society at large, such as racism. From slurs to graffiti, these incidents undermine the principles of human rights, dignity, and more importantly, it negatively impacts students' learning, engagement, and well-being. Educating students about hate and racism is essential to fostering empathy, understanding, and a more inclusive learning environment where every student feels respected and has a sense of belonging. There is still much more for us to do as educators, working closely with families and communities. The report contains data, a data snapshot from the Racism, Bias, and Hate portal, a relatively novel tool that was developed only a few short years ago. The RBH portal is a tool to support this important work. What we have come to realize is that this tool assists school principals with documenting incidents of racism, bias, and hate. But I must also emphasize that the portal was never intended to produce data for analysis, but rather to strengthen our supports and implementing processes for not only identifying, but working through in a supportive and consistent manner incidents of hate, racism, and bias in our schools and supporting resolution, and most importantly, education. With all of that, this report was produced based on multiple requests from both within TDSB and outside of TDSB for information about what was happening in our schools this fall. Resources were diverted to produce this report. And I want to acknowledge that this report was made possible by the devoted efforts of our system lead for human rights, Mahajabeen Ibrahim, Senior Manager David Cameron, their staff, and supported by the equity team. I will turn it over to System Lead Mahajabeen Ibrahim to start presenting this report.
Good evening, trustees, directors, staff, and parents. We bring to you today an update on the Toronto District School Board's work with respect to addressing racism, bias, and hate occurring in schools at page 61 of your package. Discrimination and hate have no place in our schools, period. The directors, senior leaders, and staff have made this clear many times. Our commitment to equality rights and to freedom from discrimination, harassment, and hate in education is firm and informs the actions we take to support the largest, amongst the most largest and most diverse public school communities in Canada. The Toronto District School Board has led the way with comprehensive policies and strategies to fulfill the promise of public education for all students, from all backgrounds, from all racial groups, including many faiths, different socioeconomic classes, comprised of Indigenous peoples, citizens, residents, newcomers, and refugees. These are difficult times. At the Toronto District School Board, we remain deeply concerned about the harmful effects and reports of anti-Black racism, anti-Indigenous racism, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, anti-Asian racism, anti-Middle Eastern racism, homophobia, among others. At TDSB, we are passionately committed to advancing human rights and equity. Staff are working diligently to prevent racism, bias, and hate incidents and respond to them where and when they arise in any of our schools. This board has also committed to the calls to action for truth and reconciliation and the United Nations Declaration for the Rights of Indigenous People. You will also see some information about that in this report. This update has three key areas. First, to look at the comprehensive and series of strategies that Toronto District School Board uses for learning initiatives, from learning initiatives to supports and resources from individual and group settings. We work to foster a culture of human rights that is characterized by respect, respect for all, including diverse and the intersecting identities of our students and staff. Some of those notable efforts are in this report. 2, we are continuously engaged in professional learning for staff on many of these topics referred to in this report. And then using staff learning to engage student learning and to foster environments where both students and staff can share concerns, including about anti-Semitism, about Islamophobia, about anti-Black racism. Because we care deeply about the safety, the belonging, the well-being, and the success of all our students, including those who identify as Jewish, as Israeli, as Muslim, as Palestinian, as Indigenous, as Black, as Asian, and members of two-spirit, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer communities. 3, the TDSB will continue to identify and address and root out racism, bias, and hate involving and impacting our students in our schools. The Racism, Bias, and Hate Portal is a very important operational tool. It is particularly important because it helps us track in real time and support each other in addressing incidents that are happening. We understand that there are many identities that are engaged in the course of doing this work, intersecting identities. For the sake of simplicity and for the sake of reporting, we are focused on specific identities, and you'll see the details of how that's set out in the graphs in Appendix A. The method of reporting that we have chosen to share with you really talks to the specific identity and that identity being engaged in the kind of racism, bias, or hate the individual is experiencing. It is consistent with the reports that you see from other organizations that deal with human rights issues. For example, the Human Rights Legal Support Center will use human rights related grounds, recognizing that as a way to show what's happening with individual students and staff. The racism, bias, and hate portal data. We closed incidents during the period of September to December 2023, about 458. This report is a snapshot of that data. This portal has been very useful, and in that we have prepared the data about those closed incidents for you. The summary that's prepared in the body of the report refers to some of the dramatic things that we're seeing. We've seen in this time more incidents than we saw at the same time last year or the previous school year. The incidents still remain about slurs and comments, mainly between students, mainly in outside of the classroom. That speaks to the environment and monitoring that's happening that helps address and nip these in the bud. 80% of incidents still involve racism. This was the same as last year, that a vast majority of incidents were anti-Black racism. The proportion of anti-Semitism has increased 5 percentage points. We've seen an increase in anti-East Asian racism, and there's other data in the report on Islamophobia, Middle Eastern racism, homophobia, and so on. We take this responsibility to protect our students and staff from the harmful effects of racism, bias, and hate very seriously. Our work is to advance human rights and equity that benefits everybody, so that everybody can thrive and contribute to a more just world. Thank you.
Thank you for that report. I have Trustee Laskin.
Thank you very much to staff for this report. I certainly have been one of the ones that have been asking for it. The last time this data was presented to us was in March 2023, so it's almost been a full year. So I have a series of questions, and I think I'd like to go one at a time, and then I won't get through in my 5 minutes, so please put me back on the list. Thank you very much. So my first question is, there's a disconnect for me that the portal is used to track the incidents, and yet the data is hard to track. I just wonder if staff can explain that in more detail.
Yeah. Thank you, Trustee Laskin, through the chair. And good evening. Yeah, the portal itself is Hajibin has said, and as the director said, is a process-based tool. So it's meant to help in operationalizing or process or moving these incidences from a documentation point of view and from a process point of view, not from a point of view that it's meant to do point-in-time analysis. So that means that although, as Mahajibeen has said, that 458 incidences occurred between September and December that were processed, that's only a portion of the ones that actually were documented by school principals. So there's school principals, there's a lot of variance in how school principals might document a human rights incident. There's lots of different ways that they might duplicate documentation. They might consider or write down different kinds of things in terms of what occurred and how it occurred. There's all sorts of things inside of that are process-based for schools. To take a snapshot out, which is what this is an update, typically it takes the Human Rights Office reports annually from a previous year in terms of the data. So it takes a long time to make sure that the data that we're presenting is data that actually is reliable and valid. In other words, that it's actually measuring a human rights incidences reliably across the 600 or 584 schools. That's what we mean by this portal not being a tool that's actually can point in time, take out something and say how much of this is occurring in our system and to who it is occurring to. It's a tool that's used to operationalize, not a tool that's used to do point in time measurement in terms of that.
Thank you.
Just to follow up on that, based upon that answer, that's absolutely not reflected in the report. What's reflected in the report is there were 458 incidents. It doesn't say anything about this being a snapshot. It doesn't say anything about there being more incidents, but staff chose to only choose these and this number. Why is that? Through you, Madam Chair.
If I may start through the chair. The portal is in constant use. That means people are putting in incidents, following step 1, step 2, step 3, going through the process. Once this process is closed, we're able to go in and pull the data out and look at who did, what each file is saying. So what staff have reported to is the closed files between, to trustees, is the closed files between September to December that have been handled at the level of a school from start to finish, what was happening. So that sample data shows us what happened in each of those cases. And then that data was synthesized to give you a snapshot of what was transpired during that period of time. That's not something that you can just pull out of the data because, as I said, it's just something that guides you step by step. So it's very detailed, long, many pages files that you have to look through to find the summarized data. So this data is a summary or a snapshot of September 1 to December 31st, 2023 of incidents of racism, bias, and hate that involved or impacted students under procedures 7 to 8 and were dealt with in our schools. And that's the data, and that was analyzed and provided. So I hope that clarifies that.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that explanation. What were the total number of incidents, including those that were not closed?
I don't have that right now. Yeah, I don't have that right now. I have to go into it.
Thank you.
Sorry, through the chair, I don't have that information right now. As I said, the portal is in constant use. So there's constantly data going in, files being opened, files being closed, drafts being created. So this is the data that was closed files that we pulled out, analyzed, and presented to show what happened, how those files were processed, and what were the incidents that those files showed, what had happened in the schools. So I don't have that information.
Thank you.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. So we actually have no idea of how many incidents of racism, bias, and hate were actually in our schools. What we are presenting here are those that were closed between the period of September and December, but not the total number of incidents that were in the portal. Is that correct, through you, Madam Chair?
Through Chair, yes, that is correct. As I said, files are open and they're constantly being processed. These are the files that were complete. They were extracted and analyzed to see what was dealt with during that period. That's the best way I can explain.
Thank you. Then a follow-up question for staff on this would be, in the annual human rights report that will be presented, will they include the total number of incidents? Through you, Madam Chair, to staff.
Thank you. Did the director want to make a comment?
Thank you very much. Through you, Chair, to the point that's being made, the closed cases are consistent with the closed cases this time last year. So we recognize this isn't a complete data set and is not as definitive as our annual reports are, which is part of the reason that we've struggled in its preparation and sharing this information publicly. However, I did want to ensure that we're clear that this is the total provided is reflective of the closed cases during the same period last year. And so we're comparing number of closed cases in 2022 to the number of cases in 2023.
If I could just ask for a follow-up on that. I thought in March of 2023, it reflected the incidents from 2022, as you've said, but this one just says it's from September to December of 2023. So is it an actual comparison? This is only 3 months of data.
Thank you. Through the staff.
The report that comes out on an annual basis, which the Human Rights Office will do this spring, will not reflect this year's data. It's the previous year's data. As is last March's data was not for the school year 2022 to 2023. It was the school year 2021 to 2022. Because the nature of how many cases there are and how difficult it is to get all the cases closed and then to clean the information and then for the Human Rights Office to work with research to get that together, it's always a year lag on this information. So what the Human Rights Office will present this spring won't be this year's data. What you're seeing in front of you here is a snapshot or a sample of incidences that have occurred because it's so new, it's such current data, it's from September to December, and as the director has explained, what we had to do is take a snapshot out of the data set from the previous year at the exact same time we pulled it so we can get a sense of the relative number or frequency in the sample. That's why counts aren't really very good at all in terms of that. So it's very speculative information, which is why on the first page there's all the cautions.
Thank you very much. So there'll be the annual human rights report at some point that will have 2022 data in it. What about an update from the anti-hate and anti-racism strategy? Because that was last updated for us also in March of 2023. To you, Madam Chair, to staff.
Thank you. Through the staff.
Thank you, and through the chair, we anticipate bringing an update with respect to the anti-hate and anti-racism strategy to committee in April and May of this year.
Thank you very much. My next question is, there's a point made in the data that was presented to us about the percentage of incidents in relation to the total student population. I quote, "At the time of this update, 211 more incidents were addressed than last year, and the number of this year is 458. This represents 0.2% of the total population in the TDSB. However, it's not the percentage of actual incidents by the percentage of students within the system is not calculated. I'm wondering if staff have those calculations. For example, 15% of the incidents were on anti-Semitism. The 2023 census said 3.5% of students identify as Jewish. I contend that's still high because the whole population in Toronto is only about 2%. But do you have a correlation by the numbers of the percentage of incidents by the proportion of students in the system? Through you, Madam Chair, to staff.
Thank you. Through to staff.
Thank you, Trustee Laskin. It's a great question. We can't really provide the rates for two specific reasons. One is it's incomplete data, and the other is the nature of the human rights incidences themselves. So you'll see that 81% of the sample are slurs and comments, as an example. The nature of the incident themselves may or may not occur with targeting a particular people from a particular population. In other words, you can have a anti-Semitic act as an example, or anti-Black racist act as an example that wasn't targeting specific people who identify from those populations. It occurred in a school, and it was recorded as such by a school principal. A swastika on graffiti on the side of a building as an example of it not particularly targeting specific people. So the rate itself is very complicated to present because it's not a one-for-one. It's not like, say, suspension information that occurs to one person, there's a rate. This suspension happened to one person, so it's a one-to-one relationship in terms of that rate. So both of those two reasons makes that a difficult piece of the puzzle to actually present as valid and reliable in terms of that information.
With respect, Madam Chair, to staff, seeing a swastika is an anti-Semitic incident. I don't understand the comment that was made, but I'll move on. I still don't understand that when we seem to be able to do it with the total number of incidents in the total population. If an incident, it says 15% of the incidents were anti-Semitic, I'm asking how many Jewish students were in the system and that correlation. But I'll move on. I can do the calculations myself. The point I think I'm trying to make is you have the minority of the minority with increased number of incidents. That's the point I wanted to make. My next question is, you only seem to identify issues of anti-Semitism under creed religion, and I'm asking why? Because Jews identify as a people and a culture, not just a religion. Through you, Madam Chair, to staff.
Thank you. Through to staff.
Through the chair, as we know, anti-Semitism targets Jewish people, ethnicity is engaged, religion is engaged, the religious belief is creed-based prejudice does exist. This is one of the grounds. The data that's captured in this manner is consistent with past reports as well. So there's ability to go back and see, well, how did we capture it before? So creed is a ground under Human Rights Code that's protected and is engaged when Jewish people are targeted with anti-Semitic acts of hatred and so on. You have correctly identified that there are intersecting human rights grounds, for example, ethnicity, place of origin, and so on, that also apply. This is true across the board for many individuals where more than one identity is engaged. We are not identifying intersectional data in any different way because there isn't any way to do that. But what we do is make sure that we accurately identify our incidents that target Jewish identities as anti-Semitism. And that's what this report is able to accurately portray for the benefit of the trustees and communities. So it's just the complexity of trying to unpack intersectional identities and properly represent. And as I said, it's consistent with our previous reports. It's also consistent with how, for example, the Human Rights Tribunal data that is also under 17 different human rights grounds is also reported particular ground. The goal is to give clarity to community about which are the groups that are being targeted. So what we've used here is to make sure that we identify it as anti-Semitism, so we can see clearly that this targets the identity and so on. So it is definitely more than one ground, that is correct. This is the best and clearest way we can find to represent the data crisply and clearly for your benefit. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Please put me back on the list. I notice my time is up.
Thank you. The next speaker, Trustee Dawson.
Thank you through the chair. Thank you for this report. I have a few questions. Which populations are captured under Middle Eastern racism or anti-Middle Eastern racism?
Oh, apologies, through the chair. In terms of anti-Middle Eastern racism, that would be people, so Islamophobia would be captured there, anti-Palestinian racism would be captured there, and so on. We try to keep these as separate. There's only so many categories in the portal, and we're just trying to keep the data as clean as possible so it can tell you accurately what's going on. As you can imagine, these are areas of concern. So in Middle Eastern, those are the areas that typically would show up. It's a broader category, as you can imagine. And so it really picks up various things like place of origin, religion, and so on in a broader way. So yeah, that's sort of where this is also what I think Dr. Cameron is helping understand about unpacking the data, is because there's so many different ways to see the data or entry points into through depending on which ground you're engaging. Are you looking at it as anti-Middle Eastern? Are you looking at it as religion? Are you looking at it as gender identity, for example? So yeah, I hope that helps. So there's several different groups in that category.
Thank you. Through the chair. In community, I have heard and seen many concerns around the underreporting of incidents for particular populations. Can you comment on that? How are we anticipating that there are incidences that are not being reported? And how are we responding to that? And how are we giving that weight in comparison to some of the other spikes that of incidents of racism, bias, and hate that seem to be on the rise? How are we anticipating that there's a rise in other forms of racism, and what are we doing to mitigate that without the actual data?
I'll take this one. Thank you, through the chair. I want to talk about understanding the data. So one of the things we try to do is find a point in time and another point in time and try to look at the data set and try to say what's happening. That's one of the ways to see if there's a net change. So when we looked at these 2 points in time, which is this most recent report, you can see the net change in increase in anti-Semitism. The proportion of anti-Semitism went up 5%. Anti-East Asian racism went up 4%. So this is solid in terms of a research methodology, and Dr. Cameron can explain research methodology much better than I can. But so that's what we're trying to do, is we're trying to help create an accurate picture as best as we can using research methods to identify that. Nonetheless, we also recognize, so that's one way to sort of see, is there any sort of change happening, track any changes over time? Nonetheless, they might be underreporting. Underreporting, many factors can contribute to underreporting. The Ontario Human Rights Tribunal that handles human rights cases for the province of Ontario will also tell you. It depends on a person filing a report. It depends on someone coming forward and saying, this is what happened to me. So one of the things we do very well at TDSB, I might say, is that a lot of professional learning for staff. With the professional learning for staff, helping quickly identify what's happening, learning, then also leveraging that staff learning to teach students how they need to treat each other, what those behaviors are, why they're not okay, what is racism, what is hate, what is bias, and why we need them to stop those behaviors and what the consequences are if they don't. So through that education, through that creation of a climate where there is deeper understanding of the various issues, that we can better identify. So in any snapshot in time, one of the good things you might say, and I know it's not good news to see complaints data, and it's a hard report to present, but one of the, if you want to see it in a positive way, is that year over the year, you're seeing increased use of the portal. More incidents are going in. This report itself, you saw from 2 snapshots being compared, 211 more incidents than from the previous snapshot. So there is an increased usage. That's a good sign in the sense is, do we want people to identify and report and have it addressed? Yes. So that's a good sign. So that's some of the ways we deal with underrepresentation, help people identify them, help people use our process, help people remedy the situation, restore our students, and hopefully address more things. So just as in any complaint-driven system, and I was talking about the Interior Human Rights Tribunal, we do rely on people coming forward and making a report, but we create a climate in which that they hopefully are encouraged and supported properly to do that. And if just from the numbers alone, there is evidence to see that we're seeing year over year increase in reports going into the portal, being handled right from start to finish. We can start to see those files. Thank you. I hope that helps.
Thank you. And I believe the director wanted to make a comment.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Mahajabeen. All forms of hate and racism in our system are unacceptable. It is important for us to keep saying that and then to take action on it. We know there are students and family members who are reluctant to report, who are reluctant to identify. We need to acknowledge in the professional learning that we do, the resources, how we react when people come forward and share a concern, whether it meets the threshold of racism, bias, or hate or not. All of that creates conditions where it is safe to report what you're experiencing. As we move towards earlier resolution processes that are more collaborative, that actually restore the environment and human dignity more quickly than some of our processes do, we believe that our students and our staff and our community members will feel more comfortable reporting because it won't be a long, protracted period of resolution. What you see in the report this evening, we are reluctant often as staff to share data because we know it's not a complete picture. It's not an attempt to hide the data. For those of us who live with racism, bias, and hate on a daily basis, we're all too aware of the impacts, but it is only a snapshot. And so thank you for raising the question. We recognize this is not a full picture of what occurs on a regular basis in our schools, and there are still identities that are being discriminated against that are not captured fully in the data that you see before you. And that's why we have more work to do in ensuring that every student feels respected. That's the foundation of being able to say, something happened to me, can you help me? And trusting that the adults and the educators at the school level and at the system level will respond.
Thank you for that. I really appreciate that. I have a question on, I think it was Appendix B, the poster. The Addressing Racism, Bias, and Hate in Schools poster. Where will this go?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, we're working on our communication tools to communities, to our students, to our families. We are open to where the trustees think it should be distributed. Obviously, distributing it to schools, to our staff members, ensuring that our students and our families are able to see it. And more importantly, it becomes a conversation in different contexts at the school level is really important to us. So we welcome any feedback that you may have about the poster. That's why it is in draft, and your suggestions for where particularly this should be distributed.
Thanks, through the chair. I think definitely sharing it with school councils would be helpful. I did have one comment about it though, and so I'm looking at partnership with parents and community student and staff affinity groups, parent conferences. So that could be, and it was by me when I first read it, interpreted as communication. And I know that there's been some clawing back of that in certain contexts. So I wondered if we might use the language or consider using the language our supports and interventions can include, if we're not including all of those. Or maybe I'm missing the mark on that in particular. If you could elaborate on what that partnership means.
Thank you. It intended to reflect some of the work that school councils and families are doing with schools to raise awareness around different forms of racism and hate in supporting students and learning in classrooms. That's what it was intended to reflect, the proactive work that is often done with families and with communities.
Thanks, that makes sense. Trustee Laskin asked a question about all the incidents versus the closed incidents. And I was just wondering, do we track those that are in draft? We do, okay. Because I think, and I'm not sure if this is what Trustee Laskin was getting at, but it would be helpful if we had sort of what the overall, including the in draft, looks like, as well as the closed.
Through the chair, all incidents have to be investigated. The story is understood, what is the context, who did what, and then a finding is made, a determination is made, yes, what happened. Some are obvious, right? You found a swastika. We know that's anti-Semitic. We know that has to be documented. We know we have to follow up, those kinds of things. Well, I say we in the grand way, but actually it's our hardworking principals and vice principals who are doing this work. So incidents need to be investigated. For example, if student A said student B said something to them, so when it's in draft form, it's in progress. Once it's investigated, appropriate action from remediation, education, up to suspension has been taken and the file's closed. The matter now can be fully reported on as in dealt with from start to finish. So when you look at like to like, which is all closed files to all closed files, it gives you a good snapshot of who's in the pool, what were the kinds of incidents that were dealt with over that 4-month period. So at any given time, there are open files. Sometimes a file may be closed it has to be investigated is the best way I can explain it. And once it's investigated, it can then be closed, as in the matter has, yes, it was, for example, anti-Semitism, or yes, it was anti-East Asian racism. This is what was done. These are the remediation measures, and now the file is closed. So it's a complete file. Thank you.
Okay, that makes sense. Those are my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker, Trustee Loka-Rotman.
Can I, through the chair, can I please get some more clarity from staff on what makes, is it correct, this one? Hi, sorry. Through the chair, can I please get some more clarity on what constitutes a closed versus an open file and why we're approaching the end of February, but we're saying that there's still open files from September to December?
Thank you. Through the staff.
Through the chair, the snapshot was taken earlier than February because it takes a while to pull these files, and they don't come out in some neat report that we can just print off and give. The data has to be analyzed. It has to be correlated. The files have to be looked into. So you're looking at file by file. The data was pulled earlier. Like I said, the research methodology that was followed is that a snapshot was taken of the September to December 2023, and a snapshot was taken of September to December 2022, and a comparison was done to show you there's been an increase. These are the kinds of incidents we're seeing in the file. So I hope that helps. So a closed file is the complete file. It has to be taken out of the system earlier to be analyzed and put into this format. What is the grounds? What was engaged? What is the nature of the incident? Was it a slur? Was it graffiti? Was it both? For example, graffiti can also be a display electronically, those kinds of things. So where the details are in the report, they have to be pulled earlier. They have to be analyzed and then put in a sensible way to be able to see the nature of the incident, the location of the incident, and what grounds it engaged, as in which identities did it impact. So you have to take the data out at some point and look at it as a snapshot. It's the best I can explain.
Thank you. And the director would like to add a comment.
Thanks. If I may add, through the chair, I asked a similar question. Sometimes not all the fields are completed. Principals enter some information, go away and do some work in finding out what happened, building education plans, speaking with parents, and they may not come back and fill in all of the information, although that's what they intend to do, and they are in process. In some cases, they have not finished the education and restoration work that needs to happen among the students working with staff, and it is only at the end of that process that they actually fully complete the file. So those are some of the reasons for the delay. Part of it is workflow, part of it is entering information as you have it, and it is as accurate as you can, but then as you gather more information, you need to fill in other fields. So when we say it's a tool that was intended to support a process, not generate data, these are some of the tension points that we have faced using the RBH portal to report back to you in a regular manner about what's happening in schools.
Thank you.
Thank you. That clears it up a little bit. Can you please refresh my memory? Who created this portal? Did we create it ourselves for us?
Thank you for the question, and through the chair. The portal was created by TDSB, but after consultation with both external experts in IT as well as our own internal department. So really it was a collective effort. It ended up being our product, but we engaged others, both external and internal, with respect to the development of it.
So I'm hearing, I feel like I'm understanding what you're saying about it's a tool to support implementation of a response through principles. That piece I understand. I guess maybe this whole time I misunderstood. I feel like when this originally came up, I thought it was actually a tool for tracking incidents of hate, and it doesn't sound like that's what we created. And I would say that on the poster, going back to the poster for a minute, it says a process for identifying and tracking incidents, but you're telling me that's not actually what we do, so maybe we can clarify the language here, because to me this is misleading. And then I guess my question is, if we, if I'm hearing lots of people asking for this data, is there a way that we can tweak our portal so that we can use it to quickly pull data? like, I was under the impression that it was supposed to be for tracking incidents. If that's not what this tool does, do we need to tweak our tool or do we need a brand new tool?
So through the chair, I will say that in the initial stages, as we were working through the development of the portal, there was conversation about being able to capture incidents as they were reported, as well as to monitor them as we were working through them. And as we were proceeding through this work, I think in the initial stages, we were able to capture numbers in real time and use it for the purposes that we had discussed around this table and in its development. And in the early stages, owing to, I think, the work that was happening on the ground with principals and the level of support that principals were receiving in real time, we were able to meet that specific goal. Now, I will say this, that over the course of time, the inputting of the incidents and what with some of the inconsistencies, I think it's important to put that on the table as well, with respect to how incidents are entered differently in different places and based on different understandings, that we have lost the ability to capture some of the data that we did in the very early stages. I will say this, and it's part of the ongoing discussions that we've had with our colleagues. That is part of our next steps as we look forward with respect to the learning that we have to continue to engage in with our administrators who are actively using the portal to ensure that we're capturing the data consistently in a way that allows us to both keep an accurate count, if you will, because I think the term tracking can imply different things. Tracking can also imply where we are in the process of addressing an issue. So just for clarification, I think our next step in this work is to make sure we have consistent messaging about this is exactly what gets entered, this is how it gets entered, and this is how we address what's entered, and also tweak the tool to be able to do, again, what we originally intended for it to do. I hope that helps.
It does help. Thank you so much. And I do have a motion in business arising, but I believe Trustee Laskin still has other questions on her list.
Thank you, Trustee Rotman. The next speaker is Trustee Rajikulasingam.
Thank you, through the chair. I want to thank System Lead Abraham and Senior Manager Cameron for this incredible work. I think this portal really helps us be accountable to students and families. On recent school visits, I was talking to principals about the portal and their experiences around it, and we had a lot of great conversation. So my first question is, I wanted to add my concern around underreporting. When I was looking at the list sorry, give me 1 second, I'm just pulling up the report. List of classroom and school-based learning activities. I found that one thing that was missing is how do we reaffirm our responsibility to teach students to advocate for themselves or what they can do when they feel like their voices or experiences aren't being met? I'm thinking of many communities that have normalized racism or microaggressions. I don't like the term microaggressions. I feel like they're still very violent. But how do we make sure that students know how to advocate for themselves when they feel lost in our buildings?
Thank you. Through the staff.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I'll begin and then welcome staff to add their insights to the response. First of all, as part of the work that we do with students, building their learning skills as well as talking about issues of racism and hate is not only to talk about allyship, but how to speak up when you experience it yourself. It is an element of our student learning strategy. If I may draw the board's attention to the student learning strategy, which is an embedded part of our anti-racism and anti-hate strategy, we speak specifically to giving students the skills not only to respond when something happens, but to advocate for themselves. We are providing resources through our equity teams, but I also want to connect the skill set that is being highlighted to the way in which students advocate for themselves when they are feeling unsafe or when they are being harassed by peers and or adults in their lives. So this is a skill set that is transferable to reporting incidents of hate and racism. With regards to the silencing of these issues that students are experiencing, I would say that that's part of the reason that we also need to work with families and communities to provide wraparound education, if you will, around the importance of speaking up for yourself and for others to create safer, more inclusive learning environments and a society where everyone can benefit.
Thank you.
Thank you, and through the chair. My next question was around the groupings. I hear the concern that there are so many identities and it's hard to be specific and list everything. I'm just worried about whether historical experiences or current experiences that are specific to one community may be diluted by larger category. For example, currently the experiences of Palestinian students and how they may be different from other communities in the Middle East. And how that may be diluted when we have a category that's, anti-Middle Eastern racism. And I think as a South Asian, I can relate experiences of the Tamil community that came as a refugee are far different than another community in South Asia that migrated for different reasons. And so to categorize all of these communities as one, I think dilutes those intersections of race and class and other intersections. So I know our experts in our systems are here and they always provide our best advice, but how do we ensure that those experiences and those intersections are not being diluted?
Through the chair, that's an excellent observation. The Human Rights Code is a living document, part of our quasi-constitutional framework to deal with issues of discrimination and injustice. And you might have noticed over time, they keep adding new grounds based on which people continue to be discriminated. Similarly, as we better understand the experiences of our students and staff, we're going to find these categories or subcategories that are not properly identifiable in the current portal. But that's something we will take away to say, well, how do we look at these various dimensions? And it's been brought up before as well, is how do we look at these various dimensions and categories and subcategories? So just as the larger human rights system in Ontario grapple with this issue, so do we, because we have the same interests. We want to understand the nuanced difference in experience and what we can do best about that. So certainly we can look into how we modify, if you will, the portal and how we start to look into some more detailed analysis there. I will say that our portal approach is very consistent. The way we extract data, the way we put data, it's very consistent with other human rights frameworks and formulaic ways of doing this work. So thank you for flagging that. It is what you've just recognized as the sort of that living tree element of human rights, which is constantly expanding and growing. So right now the system is not geared to recognize what you've just identified, and you're right, it's just gone into the broader category, but we'll take that away for more consideration. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And my next question was, and again, this is, I know the portal can only do so much, and I may be overreaching, but I just wanted to ask, if a student doesn't feel comfortable to speak to their teacher, maybe they've shared it, or maybe because of biases or lack of understanding or an ability to relate to that student, a concern isn't taken seriously. Is there an option for a student to submit a concern online through their student account or an app that could be flagged by the portal? Like, is there some way of a student's concern being picked up by the portal?
Through the chair, the student can report through any caring adult at the school, up to and including the principal, as well as through their own parent, guardian, or caregiver. The parent, guardian, and caregiver can then bring that, and so there is that communication and education piece through things like the poster, can raise it with the principal and say, this is what my child experienced. I like what you said earlier about self-advocacy. That is important, and so we are always encouraging our students to use their voice and report to any caring adult who knows under our procedures to bring this to the principal and have it dealt with. So up to and including the principal, any caring adult in school, they can talk to. And sometimes students are, especially our older students in high school, are creative and they find other ways to make sure that they are being heard. But we want to make sure that we have created circumstances in which students are comfortable to share and people are properly identifying and properly putting things into the portal as they should be. Thank you.
Thank you. And Executive Superintendent Jim Spiropoulos.
Yeah, thank you. And through the chair, one of the things that you'll be hearing more about when we update you as part of the collaborative approach to school and community safety in the weeks ahead is the fact that we have in late fall launched the student safety reporting application. It's not a standalone application. It is already embedded within the Connects app, which many students have as part of their package with respect to keeping current with their schoolwork and school updates. And we have launched it in a number of schools across each of the learning centers. And through this application, students can report any safety issues which they are experiencing or they would like to report, including incidents of racism, bias, or hate. I think it's important to note at this point that when a student makes this report, it immediately gets sent to their principal, but it does not speak to the racism, bias, and hate portal. So what would need to happen is if a student made the report through the application, then the principal would be able to receive this report and then document it appropriately in the portal if it was an incident that needed to be put in there consistent with our protocols around racism, bias, and hate.
Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, for the chair, I just want to add 2 comments and wrap up. So looking at the amount of anti-Black racism incidents, I was just reflecting on kind of what happens in my own community. As a Tamil, as a South Asian community, we have a lot of our own anti-Blackness. And I think when we explore anti-Black racism that's being perpetuated by South Asian and East Asian communities, we need to better understand the root cause of it. So looking at from a Tamil perspective, I think exploring shadism, colonization, casteism, and how all this contributed to anti-Blackness within our own communities and how we viewed lighter skin tones versus darker skin tones. Many of our communities were made up of darker skin tones, but through colonization, lighter skin tones were introduced, and just our perception towards different skin tones contributed to anti-Blackness that then led to anti-Black racism here. So I think when we discuss these nuances in schools with larger South Asian populations, I think it's critical for them to have these discussions so that students can do some self-reflection and better understand the root causes of their anti-Blackness. And secondly, what I wanted to add was I think as a public-facing system, having some of this information housed maybe on the anti-hate and anti-racism strategy would be really helpful for communities to learn more about some of the top findings of this report. Maybe even a screenshot of what the portal looks like, just so that they can better understand what we're doing and they see that it's happening, but how we're also dealing with it. So thank you again to staff for this report, and looking forward to further updates. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going on to the next speaker, Trustee King.
Thank you through you, Chair, and thank you, of course, to staff for the report. I was looking at some of the themes that are revealed by the data in terms of when and where incidents happen. And I thought it was pretty noteworthy that so many happen in the classroom, where there is at least one staff member, possibly more. And I do understand that this is indicative of staff also being able to identify and name the incident. So that's why we're seeing those numbers. But it's still indicative that these incidents are happening in the classroom environment with staff there. So understanding as well that these lead to different types of resolutions that involve different people, I'm interested in hearing what we're learning about how educators are feeling about being able to respond to incidents in the classroom in the moment. We saw in the math report some really great feedback about how staff were feeling about the professional learning, about the results, being able to make statements about feeling more competent, feeling more confident. And I'm just wondering, where in our processes do we connect some of what we're learning and seeing from this data with how we might focus some of the work that has to be done and be able to evaluate how effective it is from the eyes of the people in the front lines doing it.
Thank you, and through the chair. In terms of educators feeling comfortable, being able to respond, as well as the principals feeling comfortable, being able to respond, taking all the next steps, we are looking at different ways to do that. Part of it is through professional learning. We work with the senior leaders to remind them of the portal, its importance, what are the various steps, how do you engage, and follow through. So the accountability piece, if I may for a moment talk about that, is working, I would say, better. But what we want to know is through focus groups and so on, understand their actual experience and what are the barriers they're experiencing. Staff are definitely participating in professional learning as well, also to help them feel more comfortable and deal with these issues. So a dual approach is to get more direct feedback from educators and principals on how this is going for them, as well as be responsive to their learning needs in this area. At least in terms of anecdotal information, I will say what I've seen of all the folks who've contacted and reached out to the Human Rights Office. People are taking it very seriously. They want to understand. They are exploring different options of proper resolution. How do we avoid this? How do we prevent this is harmful to our students? How can we do better? So really good questions and dialogue, and looking at preventative strategies through the work of safe caring, through the work of the equity department. What are some ways that we can advance our efforts in supporting our students? So a lot of dialogue, but certainly there'll be more data gathering. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Russell Rollins.
I'm going to ask Assistant Superintendent Karen Murray to also respond to this question.
Thank you.
Thank you, and good evening, everyone. I think my best way to enter into your question is that there is two parts to the work that we do. One is that we have in the equity department K-12 learning coaches and other staff members who are inside of schools, and they're in schools working side by side, collaboratively with educators and with students So we get some of our information on things that are needed in time, in moment, through those relationships. The other way is that we have a process, which is a referral process. So usually what happens is when a school has identified an issue that has taken place in their space, they contact us at the equity department seeking some type of support. That allows us also to be able to work closely and intimately with the schools in order to engage in just-in-time support around what is needed to not only help students as they also advocate for themselves, but also to help educators and how to support students in dealing with situations, or even families and community. So I hope that helps a little bit.
Thank you, Karen. One last way just I want to mention is also within many, especially in the secondary schools, there are student organizations that have staff advisors, whether or not we're speaking about GSAs or MSAs, that support students and assist them in articulating and supporting when there are challenges that are taking place, and that also provide support and encourage them around many of these issues.
Thank you for that. That's all very helpful. I think what I'd be interested in, and I know that this is part of a different report and a different discussion, not for tonight, but even considering all of those supports and the co-learning teaching, the bringing in of the equity department, I'm still interested in learning how that advances the competency of educators. So are they constantly relying on that support from that department, or do they advance to a point where they are working more independently and able to address things without bringing in those resources? Is there an advancement in that work? So again, I think that's beyond what we're doing tonight, but I would hope that the data that we're looking at tonight is really informing those kinds of improvements as opposed to just looking at numbers reported over time.
Through you, Chair, just a quick response. That is exactly what happens in the professional plan in schools. The aim is that the support that we provide is not for them to be with forever. It is to build and help and guide through professional learning, through side-by-side coaching, through mentorship, etc. So those educators are able to engage in handling the situations on their own at some point. So I just want to reassure you that is part of the plan, and we could definitely speak to it at the next time.
Thank you. The next speaker, Trustee McLean.
Thank you, and through the chair. I'm going to follow up a little bit on a question that Trustee Laka-Rotman asked about it being the end of February and not all the cases, were closed. And then the response to that was that due to the timing, that you needed time to take the data and analyze it. So there was a day, that work would have had to have, the snapshot would have to have been done earlier. I'm going to say January 15th, but I don't really pretend to know when that date was. But we're comparing that to the previous year. So my question is, that data from the previous year, was that all the cases that were totally ultimately closed and not subject to this timing effect? Or is it the same sort of comparative in place that, from my point of view, I picked January 15th, and that just to make sure that we're actually comparing apples to apples as opposed to, so I was just wanting to confirm that they were the same sort of subsets.
Through the chair, you're correct. Trustee McLean, we had to take, we took a time snap of the 2022 data at the exact time we pulled it, at the exact time we pulled the most current data, so that we would, we're assuming a number of things here, as you speculated. We're assuming that the rate of processing is roughly similar, so we can kind of have some sort of sampled comparability in terms of, that's where we were comfortable with looking at the 458 cases, which was 211 more cases, I believe, from the previous year. So we had to take that, we took that into the consideration. So understanding that much more cases will be processed over a year and a half than taking the snapshot from the current stuff.
Yeah, okay, thank you. That, it helps me compare the numbers, and I was a little concerned that it was actually broader than that, because it was just, all that previous years would have had a chance to be closed. So that number, when comparing, it would have been lower, but that's great. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker, Trustee Earhart.
Thanks very much, and thanks very much for the presentation, as well as the questions. I learned so much. I just wanted to ask very quickly, I know it was brought up at the beginning when this was introduced, was I wanted to ask about anti-Palestinian racism and where it fits in the portal, and also in our broader strategy. I'd be grateful for information.
Thank you, and through the chair. This is again a multi-intersecting identity, so it could be picked up under Middle Eastern racism. It could, if the Palestinian identity is, a student is being attacked because they are of their religion, then it could be picked up under religion or creed. So that means, for example, if the Palestinian student is Christian, then it would be picked up under religion, Christianity. If the Palestinian student is Muslim, then it'll be picked up under Islamophobia. So it's picked up in a couple of different places, but some of the examples of the case files we saw, it was the religion that was being targeted, so it would more accurately appear under Islamophobia. So they could show up in any of those grounds, and that's sort of the complexity of the work that we're dealing with, is that you can be identifying various parts of your identity, but the whole person is the one who's being targeted. So that kind of racism definitely at least will show up in anti-Middle Eastern, as well as likely in Islamophobia, majority of the population being Muslim.
Okay. Thank you very much.
I'll just quickly enter through you, Chair, just to say that on the side of support for students, because as Mahesh been shared, it is an intersecting narrative where it might appear, but once identified, one of the things that happens is that we do support and address the issue with students and with staff. I think the other thing that I would mention is there are affinity spaces that has been identified, which students are able to also talk about the supports they need and how best as we as a district can support them. So there's multiple different ways in which we do support and address students who identify not only with the identity, but with the intersection of their identities as well.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. That was very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. So the next speaker, Trustee Laskin.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Manshu, for the microphone. Just very quickly on the poster, it's not very helpful if it's an actual poster to just have website and a link. I think you actually need a QR code, because otherwise it's pointless to have it as a poster. There's no, how would they know to get in touch with you? So that would be my quick advice on that one. To the point that my other colleagues are raising about people being afraid to
identify. Part of that is just the lack of knowledge of staff, is understanding all the identities. I'm just speaking a lot about anti-Semitism tonight because those tend to be the concerns that I receive as a Jewish trustee. But I say that not to discount all the other forms of hate that are also happening, that others are reporting. For example, I hear often that students who try to report anti-Semitism are being gaslit with teachers who are not Jewish telling them that that isn't anti-Semitism. So to the professional learning pieces of our staff, that's really critical. I could see that happening with other forms of hate where staff simply are not aware and as a result discount it when it's important for the students. So I did want to mention that. The other piece, though, since people brought up about Palestinian students, so on our website, we have support for K-12 educators related to the conflict in the Middle East, and there's support for Muslim students, Palestinian students, and Jewish students. So my question is, if you're including Palestinian students, why isn't there a special category for Israeli students? Through you, Madam Chair, to staff.
Thank you.
Through the chair, in terms of identifying identities, I'm going to go back to the human rights policy. We have 17 rounds. So for Israeli students, they're protected. If they're being targeted for harassment, discrimination, hate, bullying because they're Israeli origin, place of origin, then certainly that protection is still in place. We are reporting on the kinds of harassment, discrimination that we've seen students are experiencing. Sadly, what we're seeing is the students are being identified targeted because of in terms of anti-Semitism. So certainly that's where the focus has been. But certainly if students being harassed or bullied for their place of origin or perceived place of origin, that would also be dealt with. I hope that helps.
Thank you very much. I think you might have misinterpreted me. These are the resources that exist online. There's resources for Muslim students, Palestinian students who you've just mentioned could be Christian, they could be Muslim, they could be other, and Jewish students, but there's nothing for Israeli students. And as many know, there's Israeli Arabs, there's Israeli Christians, and there's also Israeli Jews. So I just wanted to draw that to the attention. It seems inequitable to me. Lastly, because I know it's late and I've appreciated staff's patience in answering questions, which I did provide in advance so I wouldn't catch them off guard. And there's many others that I could ask for, but I guess I did want to ask two more. One is you talked about proactive initiatives that are dealing with our Indigenous communities. And you specifically note that it's now less than 1% of the hate being directed at First Nations, Inuit, and Métis students for anti-Indigenous racism. So that seems to me a correlation between the education and the supports we're providing and the hate going down. Similarly, we have the Center for Black Student Excellence, and we have many proactive educational opportunities specifically for students and conferences for students. And the incidents, although far too high, have shown a decrease in the period since last year. So I'm wondering if staff are considering more proactive initiatives to deal with some of the other forms of hate that are rising. For example, the Southeast Asian racism and the anti-Semitism. Through you, Madam Chair, to staff.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, yes, we are. Much of our work historically with students have been very much focused on students who are experiencing disproportionately low outcomes. But we certainly will consider how we continue to expand the work that we do directly with students.
Thank you very much, and I absolutely understand that. The difference between academic performance and those gaps that have the targeted initiatives that we're very conscious of when we do resourcing versus now these are incidents of hate. So it's a completely different thing, and I understand that, and I thank the director. And then lastly, I do want to bring up PR 728, which is meant to respond to, it's the operational procedure that is meant to respond to the issues of hate. And I know that there's been many conversations about this, but none of them have actually been at committee at GPC when operational procedures, the interpretation, let's put it this way, of the operational procedure has changed, even though we have a difference of opinion if the actual operational procedure itself has been changed. And communication is a very big issue. You mentioned, staff mentioned through you, Madam Chair, in the introduction of this report, that many people were asking for this because people are very conscious of hate right now in our society. Toronto Police put out statistics. Other police departments are putting out statistics. So people wondered where our statistics were. And as it has been said many times, schools are microcosms of community. So we expect what's happening out there to be happening inside our schools, unfortunately. So I guess my question is about communication. And I do absolutely understand a letter does not have to go out for every incident. But I also wonder, because staff have mentioned they are considering more standardization, I guess. I don't mean to put words in staff's mouth, and it's awkward having to use a microphone here versus you're behind me, so I apologize for that. But I'm wondering if that is coming back to us through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Laskin. And you're at your time. And
I don't think you had 5 minutes up for me that second time.
Okay.
You didn't. So
Okay.
I have not spoken 5 minutes, I know that. But regardless, this was my last question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, Trustee Laskin. Through the staff, was there a response?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, we recognize how important communication is. There are many methods that we can use to communicate directly with families and the broader public about incidents of hate, bias, and racism, and the actions that we are taking to proactively address these issues that we know are ever present in our lives, as well as in response to specific incidents in schools. Our procedure is relatively new with regards to the methods for reporting. There were some unintended impacts of the way in which we were reporting incidents of hate, racism, and bias to communities. So there were some improvements that need to be made. And we are also listening to the feedback from communities and from trustees who are stressing the importance of communicating incidents, serious incidents that impact broader numbers of students and community. So that is the work that we are currently doing, and we will look for a method to share that transparently with the board as well as with families and our staff.
Thank you. I misled you. I have one last comment, and it's just a comment. It's not a question. I really am grateful that even though I want data, staff's attention has been educating against the hate within the schools. And that really was the purpose of the original motion made in 2019. I think data has become such a thing now because of world issues that are happening, and they're happening in our streets, and we're seeing them in front of our eyes. So we're curious to know what's happening in our schools. But I am very grateful that the emphasis continues to be on educating within our schools, because that really was the intent of the 2019 motion. So I'm grateful to staff, and I'm looking forward to the update on combating hate. And I hope it gives us real examples. And when we finally do get the human rights report, I'm hoping there'll be a number of actual examples of how hate how we're educating against hate within our schools. So thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So at this point, we've come to the end of our speakers list. And I would need a motion, a mover to recommend that the information report be received. Moved by Trustee Dawson, seconded by Trustee Chernos Lynn. Is there any need for any further discussion? Seeing none, are we going to e-scribe? A show of hands. All in favor? It's coming up on e-scribe. It's available on eScribe. So the vote is in progress. Trustee Rajwani?
In favor, Chernos Lynn.
Trustee Chernos Lynn in favor. Trustee Rajwani? Trustee Shan? And that carries. So we have this notice of motion. Business arising. I see a business arising, motion by Trustee Loka Rotman, seconded by Trustee Chernos Lynn. It's in the package. Did you want to speak to it? I see Trustee Laskin. It's up on the screen now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This business arising motion goes directly to what staff wrote in the report. There are significant concerns about the time it took for staff to even present this report to us. There is not a standard definition of hate across the province, let alone board by board. And we had to, as Mr. Spropoulos spoke, develop our own tool for collecting the data. We have heard that that tool itself needs to be tweaked. And we have on the books a motion from November where we actually asked the province to create an anti-hate strategy as per the recommendations of the Ontario Human Rights Tribunal. So all to say that this motion about data collection, about how we need to report, how there should be consistent reporting, this is asking the director and the chair to write to the ministry about the need to establish provincial reporting standards or guidance for school boards on reporting incidents of hate in schools. And the second is developing a tool that school boards across the province can use to collect the data in order to educate against hate. This has cost the board money, and because it's insidious across all our communities and the province, that it really should be provincial tool to be given to school boards and support school boards in educating against hate in our schools. So thank you for the consideration of the committee.
Thank you to the mover and the seconder. Is there any other question, comment before we move to the vote? Is it going to be an e-scribe? Okay. So we're opening the vote in e-scribe on this motion.
Chernos Lynn in favor.
In favor? Do we have it all? The vote is in progress, and that carries. So again, thank you to staff for all of the extensive reports and just your incredible dedication and work in supporting student achievement and well-being at the Toronto District School Board. And thank you to everyone who's been here viewing the meeting, participating in the meeting. And we are at the last item in our agenda, adjournment. Moved by trustee Loco-Rotman, seconded by trustee Chernos Lynn. All in favor, raise of hands, aye. And our meeting is adjourned. Thank you.